Head to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to none.
Welcome back, which you shouldn't have been, because just as I started, the judge said, we'll be back after lunch. But let's see what they said, and then I'll try and see if word on stream will work today, because now I'm getting angry.
Indictments themselves are not evidence in their case. In this case, they are just the formal accusations of the charges. So, Madam Clerk, can you please read the indictments?
Members of the jury, in docket number 219-2024-CR273, charge ID number 2228154C, the state has charged the defendant Jason Levesque with attempted murder. Charging document alleges that on or about the 4th day of April 2024 at Rochester, the defendant did commit the crime of attempted murder, and that he did, with the purpose of the crime of homicide being committed, repeatedly shoot Kyle Violette with a 9mm pistol, which, under the circumstances as he believed them to be, constituted a substantial step toward the commission of the crime. In the same docket number, charge ID number 2228155C, the state has charged the defendant Jason Levesque with first-degree assault. Charging document alleges that on or about the 4th day of April 2024 at Rochester, the defendant did commit the crime of first-degree assault, and that he did knowingly cause bodily injury to Kyle Violette when he repeatedly shot Mr. Violette with a 9mm pistol, a deadly weapon. Members of the jury, the defendant has been arraigned on these charges. He has entered pleas of not guilty. For that, he puts himself upon this country for trial, which country you are. The county attorney has joined the issue for the state, and you are to say by your verdicts.
Well, they're going to go to lunch right after this.
Please pay careful attention to the evidence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are now the judges of the facts in this case, and it is going to be your job to decide the facts as they are presented during the course of the trial. You will be deciding what the truth is and what happened here, based on your findings of the facts. You will then listen to the law that applies to this case, which I'll give to you at the end of the trial. And by putting those two things together, the facts and the law, you'll then go into the jury room and decide what your verdict will be. What you'll base your verdict on in this case is the evidence that's presented during the trial. And the evidence can come in a variety of forms. First, witnesses will testify during the trial. The attorneys will question them. The witnesses will provide answers to those questions, And what the witnesses say is evidence, and you can use that in reaching your verdict. Another form of evidence that you will see in this case will be exhibits. Oftentimes during a trial, things such as objects, documents, photographs, and in this case we've heard videotapes, are marked as exhibits. Those exhibits that are admitted into evidence go into the jury room with you at the end of the case, and you can consider those exhibits in reaching your verdict. And recall, as I also instructed you previously, what you saw on The View a few minutes ago is a form of evidence, and you can rely on that as well in reaching your verdict. The trial will begin, and probably right after we take the lunch break, with the opening statements by an attorney for each side. In a criminal case such as this, the state has the burden of proving their
Why come
case
back
by
and then go
proving
to
each
lunch?
element of the charges against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And because they have the burden of proof, the state goes first. The defense will then give you their opening statement. An opening statement allows the attorney to tell you what they believe the evidence is going to be from the viewpoint of that attorney. And the important thing to remember about opening statements is that opening statements are not themselves evidence. You can use an opening statement to help you understand the evidence from that party's point of view, but what the attorneys tell you that the evidence is going to be, or what they think the evidence is not in and of itself evidence, and you can't base your verdict on it. In the end, if your recollection of the evidence turns out to be different from what the attorney tells you, then it is your recollection that controls. After opening statements are finished, the state's attorney, who sometimes gets referred to as the prosecutor, will begin presenting the state's case. He or she, depending on which attorney is going, will call witnesses to the stand and will question those witnesses. That's called direct examination.
Jamie will be
When the prosecuting
coming
attorney
and
has
reading
finished
stories.
questioning the witness, an attorney for the defendant's attorney will then be given the same opportunity to question the witness, and that's called cross-examination. And the case will proceed in that manner until the state has finished presenting all of its evidence. And at that point, the state will rest its case. When the state rests its case, the defendant may then present evidence in the same manner. But remember, the defendant is not required to, because in a criminal case, the burden of proof is always on the state. The defendant does not have to prove that he's innocent. Rather, the state has to prove that he's guilty and has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So, the defendant doesn't have to present any evidence if he doesn't want to, but if he chooses to do so, that opportunity comes after the state has finished presenting its case. And then we will then proceed in the same manner with direct and cross-examination of each witness until the defendant has finished presenting all of his evidence. Now, during the trial, the lawyers may make objections. The lawyers are supposed to make objections when they believe that certain evidence is not admissible. If they do so, I will invite them up here to the bench to discuss the legal issue outside of your hearing. If I sustain an objection or exclude any evidence, you must not guess as to what that answer or evidence would have been, as it is not properly before you. In contrast, if I overrule an objection, meaning there's an objection but then I let the evidence in, you should not give any special weight to that evidence simply because there was an objection that was overruled. When the evidence is all concluded, we will then move to closing arguments. The defense will give you their closing argument first, followed by the state giving theirs. The closing arguments by the attorneys are essentially the opposite of the opening statements. In the opening statements, they're going to tell you what they believe the evidence will show, and in the closing arguments, they're likely going to tell you what they believe the evidence has shown and what its significance is. And again, closing arguments, like opening statements, are not themselves evidence. After the closing arguments are completed, I will then give you the instructions on the law. And then you will know what the law is that applies to the case, and then you will go into the deliberation room to discuss and reach your verdict. I also make it a practice to give you a written copy of those instructions so you can have those during your deliberations. The day will normally start as it did today at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we will go normally until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We try to take a short break in the mid-morning of approximately 10 minutes, and then we take another break of at least an hour at around noon or 12:30 for the lunch break, and then we try to take a short mid-afternoon break as well between lunch and the end of the day. If for some reason you were to need an emergency break at some time other than when we're taking one, please draw the attention of me or a court officer, and we will do our best to accommodate you. I'd like to remind you of some of the important rules that you've heard about, and that some of which I've already told you about. As I told you previously, you should not discuss anything about this case until the end when you're in the jury room with your fellow jurors. So again, during breaks in the trial, you're not to talk about the evidence that you've heard or what you think about it. You should also not discuss this case with any of your friends or family members. And let me remind you, as I did previously, you're not to do any independent research about this case at any point during the course of this trial. That means no Facebook searches, no Twitter searches, no Google searches, no looking on MapQuest, none of that. And as I told you previously, you're not to go back and re-examine the scene on your own either. And all that's because you're required to base your verdict solely on the evidence that is presented to you in court during the course of the trial. Should you violate this rule, it could result in a mistrial and the need for a retrial. And it could also put you at risk for prosecution for contempt. And again, as I told you previously, I do anticipate there will be some media coverage of this case. And so if you happen to come across a story about this case in one form or another, you are not to read it or listen to it, and you're not to watch any part of the live stream or any of the videos that may get posted on the internet about this trial. As officers of the court, it is your duty to follow all of these rules and to report any fellow juror who you believe has violated them. These rules are important to the court, they're important to the state, and they're important to the defendant. And in fairness to all the parties, we need to be confident that your verdict will be based solely on the legally admissible evidence that's presented to you during the trial and not on any outside influence. It can be hard work to pay close attention and listen for extended periods of time, but it's important that you do so because there will be no transcript of the testimony available to you at the end of the trial. So you'll need to use your collective memory of what the testimony is. So please, all of you, pay close attention to the testimony during the trial. And finally, please keep an open mind about the case, as things can change during the course of a trial. Don't lock yourself into any position until you've heard all of the evidence, the closing instructions, and the closing arguments and the instructions on the law. All right? And with that, that's the end of my initial instructions to you. I think this is an appropriate time that we take our lunch break since it's 12:03. We'll have an hour for lunch. We'll be back here at a little past 1, and then we'll start with opening statements. All right? Anything?
Well, that was stupid. Why the hell come back instead of just taking your lunch and then start? Tim asked, what is this case about? This case is about a guy who was plowing snow. His neighbor got mad, walked up to him, said something, and then he started pew-pewing him. It's a attempted second degree. He is still alive. He is missing one of his marbles. It's supposed to be like a week-long trial. I can't. They have the victim. They have video. Unless they're gonna bring in everyone who lived in the city, I can't see how this case should be going that long. But we'll have to see where opening statements, because the defense claimed that they would be fairly lengthy in the interview I read before we went on break and then came back to go on break. I'll let Sue play words on screen. We'll be back in 50 minutes or something like that. This is ridiculous. But sadly, that's how it's go. No, he was snow plowing, and then the neighbor got mad because he claimed he snow plowed it into his driveway, and then he stepped to him. That's his. That's what's alleged. But come back at 1, where opening statements will probably make it more clear what they claim. But good for me, I just put my food in the microwave, just as Jamie wrote, get on screen. And I said, Jamie, can't we wait and see if they're gonna... No, now. Okay, I'll do it then. This is annoying. Everyone, hang out, play the game. Someone try to beat Sue. I know she cheats, but still, someone must be able to do it.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
You know what we should.
Yes,
When did you first meet Maureen?
this is the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
Hey everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a enjoyable time playing Words on Screen, because that was kind of stupid that they went on an excursion, then came back for reading of the charges, and went to lunch. They could just have taken lunch, but well, at least we get to start right in on the opening statement. In this case, that is about snow plowing in the northeast of the United States. I don't know what snow does to people up there. If we get snow in Denmark, we shovel the snow, we have a cup of cocoa, we look at it, kids go out and play in it. In the northeast of America, it turns people violent. I don't know why. No, they came back from the field trip, read the charges, and then they went to lunch. So I don't know, is it something, are you allergic to snow in the northeast or something like that? Because apparently snow is a big problem up there. No, field trip is done. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with people up there. I could understand if it was in Texas or somewhere where they don't see snow, but it's the northeast of America. They should see snow more than once a decade. But apparently everyone goes a little cray-cray when there's the white stuff falling from the sky. In this case, what allegedly happened, and what we'll probably hear about in the opening statements in a bit, is the defendant had been out plowing snow. Maybe he did it for a job. We don't really know why he's been plowing snow all day. And the other guy, Violet, walked up to him when he had been out picking up his daughter at 10:30 at night, started yelling at him and telling him he would unalive his entire family if he didn't stop dumping snow in his driveway. That made him put a few holes in Kyle. Kyle walked away. He then deposited his pew-pew in the car. Kyle came back, so he put a few more holes in him, according to the defendant. He's claiming self-defense. He was so afraid that he had to do it. So it's going to be interesting to see how they will get to the self-defense part in this one. Yeah, well, at least here we don't get as much time in prison as they do, because even though this is attempted second degree, apparently they can get the exact same time as if he had succeeded. The guy who he pew-pewed is still alive. He lost one of his marbles. He is in a wheelchair, still have 3 bullets inside of his body. So I don't understand how they claim... Oh, I don't know what's wrong with this cameraman. How they claim this can be a week-long trial. You just get the victim up there, you get the police officer who responded, you show the video. Can't be that much you need. Well, maybe call the daughters who allegedly witnessed it. It should be a day case. We could do it in a day. Lally got a giant snowstorm too to talk about. Yeah, and apparently every time there's snow, there's crime. No, because it's only in the northeast of America they can't handle snow. Well, that's because you never see snow, so I can understand why it's weird down there. Your husband plows for his job if you want to interview an expert. How many times have he tried to unalive people while snow blowing? Could be it's Elsa who did it. Actually, Frozen is, as you all know, because who here isn't in love with Denmark, Elsa and Anna is based on Hans Christian Andersen's adventures, the Snow Queen, which isn't a nice lady who builds a castle. No, she is an evil woman who had a mirror that got into the eye of a little guy called Kai, and then she stole him away from his. Well, they weren't quite lovers; they were young children, and then she went looking for him and finally found him in a frozen palace and got him back. But he was never quite the same, but still, because he cried that little piece of glass out, he was better. So again, everything great in America comes from Denmark. Was the police and ambulance response delayed because they had to shovel off the apron at each step's department buildings? We will have to see what, if any, snow they had to shovel. Hey, slidey boy. Oh, someone is hot today and on a Wednesday. I don't know what this cameraman is doing. He is constantly moving the camera around. Blow rage. Yeah, finally someone who likes Nightbot. Did Todd Mullen get his retrial? We don't know yet. The judge, I think the judge said they would have a decision within 30 or 90 days. I'm not. It was actually quite a while. I believe it's. I think they had 30 days to file, and then within 90 days they would get a decision. I might be wrong. It's the same in Denmark. The 2 days a year we have snow, we are happy. It is very frustrating when you shoveled and then the plow goes by and blocks the end of your driveway again. However, I've never thought of attempting red rum because of it. No, yeah, I get that part because where my parents lived, they had like a very long driveway. They lived way back from the road. So I went down there and shoveled for them and then into the main road, which is one of the main entrance roads to our city. They would always leave a mess.
Are we ready to bring the jury in?
I know the frustration.
Bring them in when they're ready.
But normally if I'd shoveled all the way from down there, I didn't get into a murderous rage. Oh, and yeah, no one is too late. The only thing we have had today is a field trip and then charges read, and now we're going into opening statements. And hopefully this prosecutor will use the microphone because the first one didn't do it.
So loud.
Well, Stephen, sometimes you get stuck. Oh, just stay inside if that's the problem.
Please rise, jury entering.
As I said, I think they had 30 days to file and then 90 days to get a decision. Well, at least it's not, because he's missing one of them, so it's not nuts.
Please be seated. All right, thank you, folks. Hope you all had an enjoyable lunch. Thank you for being on time coming back. We are ready to proceed with
Mads, please don't assume his sexuality.
opening statements. State whenever you're ready. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, he does look like Mr. Golden Shower.
Jason Levesque is guilty of attempted murder and first-degree assault. For firing 6 rounds of 9mm ammunition into Kyle Violette's body. This in response to Kyle warning, if you take Jason's term, a threat not to put snow in front of Kyle's driveway. That the defendant responded to Kyle's words with lethal, deadly violence, responded to a hollow threat over pettiness, a petty grievance with that kind of violence is the crime here. Let me be a little bit more specific about this criminal act. After Kyle said his words, even a threat, he stepped away.
Normally they are allowed to move around. It's more if it's pro se, they will say no.
The defendant brought out a firearm and pointed it at Kyle. Kyle could clearly see the firearm. There's no lighting issue, no lighting problem. The headlights of the vehicle were on, street lights were on, house lights were on. The weapon was clearly visible to Kyle, and he responded. He responded by turning away from the defendant, back towards his home. And as he turned away, from about 10, 15 feet away, the defendant fired. First round ripped through Kyle's jaw, his face, breaking both mandibles, lodging near his carotid artery. And it caused him to immediately drop to the ground, facing away from the defendant, now facing towards his home. And after that first shot, it's about a 5-second pause, a delay. The defendant advanced on him, walked towards him. Kyle is literally crawling on his hands and knees, on his belly, leaving a blood smear across the road diagonally towards his house. The defendant opened fire. 5 more shots into the back part of his body, into the side of his body as he jerked and twisted on the ground, crawling away to try and get to safety. That's the criminal act. Each of those 6 bullets caused either maiming or potentially lethal or actually life-threatening injuries. Kyle Violet lived by sheer luck and the immediate intervention of some very sophisticated and effective medical care. First,
Yeah, if they have it on video that he got one through the jaw, fell down, and the rest of them were kind of execution style. Yeah. Play the video, get the victim in there, say, do your worst.
an officer who was highly trained in the military responded within minutes and helped stem the bleeding. An EMT with heightened training, a paramedic, took over from there. 3 separate hospitals, Frisbee, then transferred to Portsmouth, then transferred to Boston for the intensive medical intervention that was required is what saved Kyle's life. And so, to be clear about this, the evidence will show Kyle didn't die for his lack of trying, but because of medical intervention. Let me talk then, just briefly, summarize this issue. The evidence will show that no, there was absolutely nothing to justify what was nearly an execution in the street out in front of Kyle's home. That's because the defendant wasn't responding to a reasonable belief, reasonable evidence that Kyle was about to imminently use deadly force against him. And let me be clear, this proposition, this law will come from the judge, not me, and it's not merely legalese, some hyper-technical statement, we gotcha for this action. This is a principle, a guardrail that we all live by, that restrains violence in our community, in our state, and should have in this case. Retribution, getting angry about somebody's scary words, is not the same thing as self-defense. That is another guiding principle in this particular case. You're going to hear more specifically about these words. And these words are unsettling according to Jason. Jason has claimed that Kyle came out angry. Angry about where Kyle expected Jason to plow, push, deposit a pile of snow. And according to Jason, Kyle used offensive, threatening, and scary language. Bear with me, I'll quote Jason's claim. This, he claims, was verbatim. If you leave that fucking snow in front of my fucking driveway again, I'll fucking kill you and your family. That's what Jason claims he said. But in this fleeting, and I mean the confrontation that starts this is about 3 to 4 seconds of these words. In that confrontation, Kyle was never armed. He never appeared to be armed. He never brandished a weapon. Never hinted that he had a weapon. Or claimed that he had a weapon. There was no imminent threat of actual deadly force married to, even if you accept those horrible words. Those are the core issues. Those acts of coming up behind him, standing over him while he's on the ground, having shot him in the face, and putting 5 additional rounds into his body, in contrast to the facts about what he was actually facing. That's this case. And let me now, if I could, talk to you about some background and some more detail about how it is we got here. He just went out to their homes. They had been neighbors for about a year and a half. As I mentioned, I think in the previous statement, that the Violettes lived at 43, the one as you face the houses to the left. Kyle, yes, the victim, lived there with his partner of some 22 years, Angela, and Kendra, who was 17 at the time, his daughter, kind of split some time for educational reasons, and a son who need not be named here because he didn't witness anything. Next door, 41, the Levesques.
If you ever watch Friday Night Live on the Experts channel, you know if you know.
Jason's parents lived downstairs, and Jason lived with his daughter,
I think the
Kira,
13th or 15th.
19 at the time.
Probably 13th.
In the building, in the home, to the right as you face it from the street. And we heard a little bit about this, that on April 4th of 2024, last year, we got a doozy, a snowstorm, some 18 inches, the heavy wet stuff. Big deal, right? Well, Jason was out plowing. It's one of the jobs he had. He plowed all day. He had essentially been plowing for about 24 hours, working for about 24 hours. And he stopped on the way home to pick up his daughter, who was working at a local pizza place, 9:30, 10 o'clock, to bring her home. And when he arrived home with Kira still in the vehicle in the passenger seat, he did a couple of runs in front of the house with his plow. He first went up the street, did a run across and removed some snow in front of his driveway, and then he turned around and did probably 3 or 4 runs towards Kyle's home, towards 43. And it created a pile of snow next to that telephone pole that was pointed out to you, all right? But while this was going on, while Jason was plowing, Kyle's looking out the window, that bay window that we pointed out, and he sees the plowing activity going on, and he sees the pile of snow by the pole, and he sees the defendant, Jason, stop his truck, which is an older style big rig plow, where in order to put it in 4-wheel drive, he's got to get out and manually turn the switch on the front wheels. And so there's this break in the plow. He knows, Kyle knows, that Jason is going to go down the driveway and back plow more snow out. And based on the last snowstorm, where he put it in front of his driveway and he had to deal with it, he was angry. He anticipated that Jason was going to push the whole pile because it had been set up and cleared in front of his driveway. And he was going to have to get out there and basically do it himself. And so he goes outside. We see this on video based on this prior incident where he had, in fact, asked him, hey, can you move this stuff? Here, according to Kira, his daughter, who was interviewed, her account of it was, yeah, they asked us to move it last time, but we didn't do it. After all, snow melts. And that didn't sit well with Kyle. So he goes out and to confront Jason about this situation. And here he goes. We can see him in the video, walking out rapidly, putting on a hoodie as he goes. You can see from there, he's not armed, other than being angry. You can see by maybe his pace, he's annoyed. And all of a sudden, because he's gone out, Angela and Kendall, the Violette daughter, look out that bay window too and watch much of this go down. And as Kyle walks out putting on his hoodie, he approaches Jason, who's at the truck. He's kneeled down by that hubcap, behind the plow, but just in front of his door. His daughter remains in the car, briefly steps out. And here's the thing, as Kyle approaches, his hands are out. And Jason admits, you can see his hands, he's not armed. And on the walk over, he makes no gesture like that he's packing anything. His hands are visible. And he approaches, and according to Jason, Kyle makes this claim. If you put that fucking snow on my property, I'm going to fucking kill you and your family. That exchange is face to face, right at the plow. You'll be able to see it from multiple angles. During that 3-second encounter, Kyle doesn't display a weapon, doesn't hint he has a weapon, doesn't claim he has a weapon. If you put that, I'm going to use this, that, or any other weapon to carry out this threat. It's words. After this 3 to 5 second exchange, time to judge it for yourself, it's on video. Kyle walks away. He steps about 15 feet back. You can kind of assess that measurement because from the back driveway forward, just past that evergreen, you'll see Kyle still in view from the all the way back.
Please don't say see Kyle without a little break between, because it sounds like something someone said in
of the driveway of 1. And so if you took kind of an eyeball measurement, it's about 15 feet from the corner of that fence to the angle of the evergreen. And that's about where he's standing. And you can see him in the video gesturing to the snow. That driveway, my driveway, and he's doing that kind of gesturing. The video audio doesn't quite pick it up, but you know he's talking about snow not going over there. And at some point during this pointing and gesturing, he stops and walks back towards his house, kind of pacing. He's certainly agitated. But he then takes a turn back. He walks probably 4 steps back towards Jason, still kind of gesturing. Still, no weapons visible, nothing to suggest he was armed, that he obtained a weapon, that he was holding a weapon, that he claimed he had a weapon. And as he walks back, he reaches a distance of approximately 15 feet away from Jason. And it's at this point that Jason steps away from his truck.
I think it's the 13th, but I might be wrong as well, because they been fluctuating, but I think it's tomorrow.
And forward, closes the distance to him slightly, and raises his firearm and points it up. He brandishes it. And guess what? It did what you would hope it would do. Kyle stops. You can clearly see that right at the edge of that pine tree. You can see him emerge and then step back. And it's at this point, there's a pause between brandishing the firearm because there's sufficient distance that nothing happens. Not long, but enough to see Kyle stop and turn away. He has been warned. He's received the warning, and he's responded appropriately. He's turned away. But from this two-hand stance, despite Kyle stopping, despite him turning back to his home, Jason Levesque fires. I told you it strikes him in the face, penetrates from the left to the right, smashing through his jaw, his teeth, lodging next to his carotid artery. He goes down. And you'll have a sense of where he goes down, not from the videos, but from body cam and police officers showing up. You'll be able to see in various sweeps of body cam the blood distribution on the ground, where it starts, just the other side of that white line, and it drags diagonally towards Kyle's home. Kyle's clearly on the ground now, obviously incapacitated. He's not getting up, he's not bum rushing the defendant. He's on the ground now with a very serious injury. The hemorrhaging is going into his throat. Later has to be cleared by EMTs. They have to literally turn his body on its side to drain his throat. And yet, the collection of videos will show that despite this situation, Jason advances, takes multiple steps towards him. As he's
Apparently
on the ground,
we are gonna see 6 videos, so hopefully we can figure it out.
on his belly, his hands and knees. You can see these videos where he unloads 5 more rounds. All of them striking his body. Kyle was able to crawl, I don't know, 10 more feet. Right about at that pole on the sidewalk. So he's come off the road at an angle, and he basically curls up. And I told you that Kendra and Angela were watching from Violet's window. They obviously, when they see the first shot, they start rushing out, and they meet him as he on the ground, and everybody starts calling 911. Angela, Kendra, other neighbors who have heard these rounds go off. And I don't know if you noticed how close this address on Summers on Summer Street is to Rochester PD. We'll hear testimony about it if you didn't, but it's just around the corner. And Rochester PD responds with multiple units in minutes. They get there. And here's where the paths from this event, for Kyle, Violet, and Jason Levesque, deviate. We've heard about this awful intersection. Now they split. And here's what happens with Kyle. He is launched on the path of a medical odyssey that hasn't ended. And I want to be clear about this. You will see evidence, graphic evidence of these injuries. You'll see body cam images of treatment. You'll see photos from the hospital, and you'll hear detailed accounts. And I want to assure you that the reason is not shock and awe to offend you, to provoke you to reach a certain verdict, to trigger your passions. It's this. This medical evidence is relevant to show, to prove his deadly intent. The repetition, the location, the nature of a 9mm bullet ripping through somebody's body is relevant to show intent to kill. That's why it's coming in, and it will come in. And so let me just foreshadow this. You will see and hear from a guy named Sergeant Hurley, Williams Hurley, who's a combat medic overseas and has some real specialized training and triaging on the street. This is his thing. He cuts Kyle's clothes off. He is identifying gunshot wounds and doing compression bandages to stem the flow. He's the one who realizes he's literally choking on his blood and tips him over to drain his throat. He's the one who takes over on the...
Because Jamie is the one who does the human relations instructions for all doctors in America.
Scene. And the next person who arrives is this EMT, an actual paramedic, also with prior military and intensive training in acute trauma and triage. And she makes the decision, this guy needs to leave and leave now. Hurley says, if things didn't happen quickly, this man is going to die. And so they take him from the scene rapidly in a ambulance to the closest facility, a community hospital, perhaps most of you are familiar with, Frisbee Memorial. And there a guy named Dr. Freeze starts to perform medical services as well. He does a quick assessment of these gunshot wounds. They do some things there, primarily pumping in enormous amounts of blood. But they quickly reach the conclusion that these are life-threatening injuries, that there are diffuse bullet fragments through the body, that there are injuries, candidly, that they're not capable or confident about addressing. So they immediately, or very quickly, emergency evacuate him to our community higher level of care facility, which is Portsmouth. At Portsmouth, another doctor takes over, and in similar fashion, they assess, they do a surgery. I told you about some of these injuries, the bullet going through his face, breaking his jaws, but also landing near and dissecting part of his carotid artery. That he's shot, I told you, from behind. 2 wounds are literally in his buttocks, his back, that go through and penetrate partially his pelvic area, and also one is suspected of rupturing his bowel. So they do kind of this emergency surgery at Portsmouth. Look, it's graphic, but one of the bullet literally just obliterates his left testicle. It causes serious hemorrhaging. They have to do surgery, remove it, and stem the bleeding. They do that at Portsmouth, but they quickly conclude that...
A little gallows humor. Does his friends call him Einstein now?
If he doesn't get more emergent
If you understand German, you'll understand the joke.
care, he'll likely die there. So they medevac him to Boston, and you will hear the summary. I don't want to belabor these issues. I point them out to show the seriousness, not just of injury, but intent. And so you're going to hear more about the injury to the clavicle, to the abdomen, to the enormous amount of bleeding and damage that was done internally. And that's for you to assess, not just the
For the non-German speaking audience, Einstein means one stone.
criminal acts, the criminal intent in this case. That's pretty much Kyle's journey. He's in the hospital down in Boston for about a month, discharged to home in the condition he was.
Well, that's why Lefty is called Lefty.
Jason, at the same time that I told you people were literally descending on Kyle's prone body
Well, it was a half of vasectomy, so.
to save his life, there's another part of the reaction from the police, not surprisingly, that focuses on Jason. So let's go back to that scene right after the shooting. He finishes up with 5 rounds into Jason's essentially back and side as he's twisting. And then he takes a gun and he walks away, walks back to his truck. You're going to hear evidence about Jason's path. It's a different path. It's one he takes where he attempts to evade accountability, escape responsibility by recasting Kyle's actions to sound like he engaged in imminent, deadly behavior, that he created an imminent threat to his life. But you're going to hear evidence in more detail in this regard. Let me first share with you that Jason returns to his truck, which is still parked out in the street, the edge of the sidewalk. And his daughter's has returned, has gone. She was only briefly outside when this whole thing happened. She got back in the truck, understandably, and witnessed much of this. And she'll tell you that when Jason got back into the truck, he turns to her and says, "Should I run now?" He turns to his 19-year-old and says, "Should I run?"
Should I stay or should I go?
Not like, I defended myself, did what I had to do. It's, should I run? His daughter, his 19-year-old, turns to him and says, "No." He says, "Well, what should I do?" She says, "This is your path. I don't know." "Should I call 911? I don't know what you should do." And so he pulls into, doesn't call 911, pulls into the driveway and waits. He certainly doesn't have to wait long. Sirens have been going on now. Lights are on. It's around the corner. And the police come in and they do take him into custody. And he cooperates, seemingly, physically, sure. He puts the gun in the car. He steps out, seems polite and cooperative. But here's what happens next. A guy named Detective Garston and Flathers take him back to Rochester PD. They take him up to an interview room. And they don't know what's going on yet. You know, when they first get on the scene, they don't even know who the shooter is or who's injured. They didn't see Kyle initially. He's over by that pole. That's how kind of uninformed they are. And so they bring him back and just kind of say, "Well, tell us, what happened?" And he describes much of what we've already talked about. He says that, look, I'm plowing, I'm minding my own business, I'm in front of my home, and I'm with my daughter, and out comes my neighbor, and he, while I'm doing the four-wheel drive thing, he comes up and nose to nose, and he repeats this. He's very clear on this, that the threat is conditional. Hey, if you move this over there, I'm going to fucking kill you. There's no doubt that this was conditional, and from those are the words that were said. No doubt that they were unsettling and grossly inappropriate. But what he also told the police is, "Yeah, no, I didn't see a weapon. I didn't take out a weapon, and he didn't claim to have a weapon." But this is what he claims next. That Kyle turned away after that and walked back to his house. But then for whatever reason, he turned back and he looked really angry. He looked like he was going to come and fight me, had his fists on it. Just the look in his eye, I knew he was going to attack me. Then he says, "That's why I pulled the gun out." Okay, fair. By the way, legal. Well, what happened after you pulled the gun out? Did you go towards him? No, I never closed the distance. Well, what did he do? This is what he claimed. He quickened his pace. Kyle, once he saw the gun, started rushing at me. He quickened his pace. And I could tell in his eyes it was you or me. I could tell he was going to come over and like take the gun. He was more aggressive. He was going to hurt me. He was going to take the gun. That's what he claimed to the police. This is after he pointed the gun at Kyle. That's the claim. Oh, and he continued to come at me in such an aggressive fashion that then I had to fire the gun. And he admits to shooting Jason. He said, "I hit him." And after I fired the gun, Jason says, I turn around back towards my truck. But I look back and Kyle, despite being hit, he's not even phased. Hasn't flinched. He's now continuing after me again, and I feel frightened. I feel like he's going to attack me because he's still on his feet. Shot didn't seem to stop or hurt him. Might have flinched because of the noise. That's why I fired the rest of the shots, he says. I fired the shots into his lower body as he approached me, and only then did he turn and start walking towards his house, holding his abdomen, situation diffused, self-defense manifest. Here's the problem. While he's making that statement to the police about Kyle bum rushing him despite having a gun out, continuing to take an assaultive stance and attitude after being shot in the face, there's an investigation going on. The rest of the Rochester PD is back down at the scene, assessing evidence. You can see the crawling smear of blood, not standing, not walking, and more importantly, they get surveillance tape. They get surveillance tape in the middle of this interview with Jason. And somewhere in the middle of this interview, detectives Garston and Flathers are actually informed. They take a break and they go out. And what do they see? They see one of the videos from 43 that catches it. They also police have also obtained the driveway video from 41 that goes from the back, that shed out. They obtained the video from the corner, high corner down into the driveway. They obtained the video from the porch, and they obtained the video from 43. Pretty much a panorama. They also obtained a video from 38 down the street that just captures audio, that 5-second pause between shot 1 and 2. But here's the deal. None of these videos are perfect, but together with the scene and the interlocking nature of it, here's what you can absolutely see, is that Kyle comes out, just as Jason says, and they're nose to nose for a very brief period of time, a couple of seconds. You can't hear this audio of their account, which is notable because it captures, for instance, the discharge of a firearm. So whatever's being said isn't being said at such a volume that the audio can pick it up. And yet you see Kyle walk away after this nose-to-nose encounter, gesturing at the snow, and he walks further towards his house, and he turns and takes several steps back, and then Jason steps away from his vehicle with a firearm and advances 1-2 steps towards Kyle. He pulls the gun, and what do you see? You see him charging towards him, continuing to, attack an armed man now? No. You see Kyle stop cold in his tracks. There is a pause.
Only caught snippets from past week. Really got a banned Crohn's. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is a new trial. This is opening statements in the case of Jason Levesque v. Einstein. I'm going to use that joke a lot, so you better learn German. I think either he has a lapel mic or there's so much gain turned on because he walks around so much. That's every time he blows in it, it sounds like gunshot.
Talk. Nobody moves. Kyle then moves and clearly turns away, back towards his house, and that is when you can see in one video a muzzle flash and hear the firearm and see Kyle go to the ground. The brandishing worked. It's visible in the video. The first shot fully incapacitates him. He drops to the ground. He's on his side. He takes additional shots. You can see the defendant advance towards him some 3, 4, 5 steps. Aim over him from behind into his back, his buttocks, his testicle, his abdomen, his shoulder, all shot. He never got up, never advanced as Jason claimed to police. And so the injuries are what I described them to be. The videos show something very, very different than what Jason claimed to the police to create circumstances that would justify this kind of behavior. The defense has taken these videos and they've sort of put them together in what they term as an enhancement. I'm going to ask you to carefully look at each one of these videos as they're introduced into evidence. And when you have an opportunity back there to really take a look at even shadow movements confirming that he stopped and turned. The tree, seeing just him coming forward and then turning and stepping back. These reference points all come together to show that this shooting was absolutely unnecessary and wholly unjustified. And so now we reach a different
Self-defense.
point in this path. They intersect again. Kyle and Jason's paths intersect here.
He claims self-defense.
It may sound corny, but this intersection is called justice.
Yeah, that's corny.
The direction you take forward on this path, because it's now primarily your path to take, will be determined by the evidence, the law, and your common sense. You apply these principles, these values, and to not just the expectations, but the requirements on the street of how we deal with threats, with words. We'll ask you at the end of this case to find that this shooting was an attempted murder and a horrible assault that was criminal. Further ask that you not let this process confuse the notion of violent and deadly retribution, reaction with self-defense. Speaking angry words, without the deadly means to actually cause imminent deadly force are two different things. Brandishing the firearm in this case worked, it stopped him for all these reasons. We're going to come back at the end of this case and ask you to apply those three principles: the law, the evidence, and your common sense.
If we see the unaliving close-up and stuff like that on video, I won't show it as normal. The most gory details, Probably Marissa or Jemima will put it on the Discord, but just to protect my channel, I don't show it.
And return verdicts. Just verdicts.
Then you should try having them and then hear him say it.
Guilty.
Thank you, counsel. Attorney Sisti? You may. Thank you.
Da, da, da. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and I go out in the snow and get in trouble. Well, if it's to be believed, and we know everyone is innocent until proven guilty.
Facilities if you need to, but I'd like to make it short because I want to keep on track. So 5 minutes, we'll be back here to resume with the defense open. Okay? Thank you all.
5 minute break.
Jury, please be let out.
Horrible injuries to this person, and especially if it's true that it's one to the face and the rest is kind of executioner style. I don't see this going good. You almost sound like me now.
Very good. Counsel, obviously,
You don't have the stupid Danish accent like I do.
No, I appreciate it. If you need it, we'll let the time. Thank you.
Someone needing a pee break, or why did we... It's the ginger who got shot. And I'm gonna take all of that noise off. No, they had a bail hearing this last summer where his defense lawyer believed that an appropriate bail in this case would be $25,000. So maybe you should turn off the audio when the judge is not in the room. That's what we do normally. Come on now. Who does he remind you of? If you're talking about the defendant, he reminds you a little bit about the frolicking guy. The guy who really wanted to have a harem, who drank his own pee because it's really good for you, and set up religions to steal money from the state. Can't remember his name, but the guy who also threatened a family to unalive them because their young daughter didn't want to bang him. Is this the same guy who smurfed his wife in a camper van? He looks similar. No. And you're not thinking about the guy who unalived her in the camper van. I don't think he had long hair. You're thinking about the guy who also was in a camper van but was trying to start a Smex cult. Valhalla, exactly. Valhalla is the guy who tried to... no, Valhalla would never try and start a Smex cult. I have met Mrs. Valhalla. Trust me, she's not big, but she's fierce. Yeah, they need to pull the white rabbit out, because if it's true, and again, caution, prosecutors on this channel have previously stated inaccuracies in videos. I'm just saying that. By the way, you need to go, if you didn't already, I shared a video on my community page earlier today about a Lexus tail light. It's very enlightening, especially that the diodes, or whatever you call it in English, are red in those. So when Mr. Special Prosecutor Brennan claims that you can see white light, you shouldn't be able to see white light because there's no white light in a red tail light. Just a small thinking about how the heck does everything that comes out of that man's mouth sound stupido. I don't believe he had long hair. The yogi, he had short hair, I believe. Yeah, that's the guy who had to unalive his wife because she was crazy and threw a Yankee candle at him. Yes, Joseph Falazzo. No, Crispy. I for one don't believe that Special Pro Sector Brennan ever said a lie in his life. Are the cops crooked? In this case, well, we haven't seen the video, but so far, if they have what they claim on video, let's just say then he's probably toast. Should we use the word smurfed in place of red rum, unalived, etc.? I don't know, because I called anti-Karen people for short bus smurfs. And I don't want any of them to believe that I believe that means that I would put them on a short bus and them. And we know they can't take a joke, so. Community page, what this? That's on YouTube. I don't think I have that on Rumble, so can't do it. Yeah, Your Honor, I want to change my plea to insanity. But I know I'm grifting off of cases all the time. Some of them you can kind of understand, but if this is to be believed, why the hell do you do this? Maybe because he's been working for 24 hours, probably not a good idea. But still, why would you pew-pew a guy over him yelling about snow? It's... On my break, I was watching an old program, because we were talking about it earlier today, that in Denmark we don't put... no, that was on Tom's channel. We don't put mentally ill people in prison, we put them in a secure location. And I was sitting there and watching it, and they were like, well, one of them, he just, everything they put in his room, he just disassembled. So you can understand, well, he doesn't know what they're doing. But these people, you just don't understand why. Well, I tend to yell at people in traffic, but I don't do anything other than that. But I might once or twice have been yelling that people shouldn't be allowed to drive when I do it. Yeah, it's the blizzards up in the northeast. Ugh. Well, at least they can find the microphones. That's not nice. Yeah, that's another thing. Your daughter is in the car. If he was trying to get into the car, why don't you just crawl back into the car and lock the door? He has empty hands, there's nothing wrong. But again, if he has been working for 24 hours, back when I was in the military, because I was, even though I'm only 27 years old, I was in the military when some people flew very low over the New York skyline. And we really got busy after that. And I had days because my kid had colic, so I slept maybe 2 hours. Then I had to go to the army base. We had to drive somewhere and be on field exercises for a couple of days. And maybe the first day you didn't sleep. And in the end, you are just living off of coffee and cigarettes. And you're so tired that you see things, and it's worse than being drunk.
Please rise, jury entry.
Hey. Yeah, both his own and the victim's daughter were there. Talking about the victim. Hey, Jamie, how are you today?
Hi. I'm back.
The one who was a victim of you was me because you beat me while you were in Denmark.
I did smack you, but I don't remember why. I
No,
was trying to think. I thought we saw something and I got excited.
yeah, I
And I
think it
hit
was the
people when I'm
bikes, and then you
excited.
hit me, and and you hit me over the pigeon as well, and you were mean to Iris as well.
I hit Iris too. I
No,
I
but you
sometimes
didn't
hit
want to
when I
serve her coffee, and she served you coffee.
oh whatever. Took me so long to make that coffee perfect. And then so I wasn't giving it up.
Tell the crowd what you did.
I walked in there to see what she was doing and she said, "Aw, is that for me?" I said, "No." But I went and made her a coffee afterwards. So I made up for it.
Yeah, because you felt guilty that you had been so mean to her. Did you catch the state's opening statements?
Yeah, I was watching. I was just having to do something, but yeah, it sounds pretty bad.
If they have those videos, yeah. But let's see
Yeah.
what the defense will say.
Good afternoon. Let me say that was quite an opening. Interesting.
What?
Barely touches on what took place on April 4th, 2024. It touches it. Let me start by saying just a few things, okay? Let me lay it down here for you in a very basic, common sense, everybody knows fashion. You know, there's a saying that goes around, it goes around in New Hampshire quite a bit. You don't mess with a mama bear's cubs. You ever hear that? It's bad news if you do that. Let me tell you something else you don't do. You don't mess with a father's daughter's life. You don't threaten a father's daughter's life. You don't threaten a son's elderly parents. And you don't threaten Jason. And even Kyle should have known that. And you know what? He did know that. But what was Kyle? What was Kyle? Kyle was a man who had a heart that was full of hate. He had a brain that was bathed in rage. And he had a mouth that was spewing venom on the evening of April 4th, 2024. And to sugarcoat what went on that evening, a little after 10 o'clock p.m., and say it was a petty, conditional threat is the understatement of this decade. What happened that night, ladies and gentlemen, I will give you some background. I will tell you what happened. And you will understand why somebody like Jason, protecting himself, his daughter, and his family, was pushed into a position where he reasonably believed that serious bodily injury or death was about to take place. And when that happened...
He wasn't snowblowing. He was, I think he was a city plow driver. And he had been out picking up his daughter on his way home from his work.
Happens in this state, folks, the judge is going to tell you, you get to use deadly.
Someone do a wellness check on Marissa's husband. If she says, "Hey, honey, you want to go to New Hampshire? Please make a wellness check."
Force. And that's exactly what Jason did. Kyle got what he deserved. And any reasonable human being that acted like Kyle should have expected to get the same.
So he deserved a little killing.
I don't know.
Is this
how
working,
to
Jamie?
explain well. No, he sounds. I don't know. I guess we have to see the evidence.
It's,
from what-
hey, you got it coming. Some people need a little pew-pewing.
Well, just because he said mean things.
I did change it and say if Marissa ever asks her husband if he want to go to New Hampshire, and Jamie is in Wisconsin, please.
Should have expected to get the same. And anybody in the position that Jason Levesque was in can certainly utilize deadly force. You do not, ladies and gentlemen, have to stand back and wait for a screwdriver to get stuck inside you, or a sucker punch to the throat, or who knows what's in his pocket to decide that you're going to use a firearm.
But you can't also just start guessing that he might have something in his pocket.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, never mind. It's
Yeah,
too soon.
I'm not sure this, he needed a little pew-pewing, so.
That's not the rule. Never has been in this state. Never will be. You know, we all reasonably believe that we know what's going on in the cool, quiet confines, hours or days or months away from an event. But this happened in seconds. This happened quickly. This happened where you don't get to roll it over in your mind. This happened where you don't get to frisk his pants and see if he has something in it. Or his jacket.
Funny enough, that's what Valhalla claimed you were allowed to do in Tennessee. He frisked my pants multiple times.
This happens, and it happened that night, when a raging maniac, out of nowhere and for no good reason, was threatening the life.
Well, less than there were before. Too soon, Jamie, too soon.
Of Jason and his family. Now that's the context that we're talking about.
That's what he said.
Not some petty, conditional threat. We're talking about a death threat.
6 inches.
And when you reasonably believe that somebody is talking serious to you, you get to react serious. And that's the law. That is the law. Whether it be 1 bullet, 6 bullets, or 20 bullets, you get to utilize them. I'll give you a little aside, by the way. Kyle wasn't straight with the police.
6 inches.
Kyle wasn't straight with the police. The police and the prosecution have been hoodwinked by him. He didn't tell them, hey, I angrily confronted Jason Levesque. Objection.
I don't know where he's going, but I don't like the road he's taking. Let's just say that.
He's just a bit aggressive with it.
Jamie, he
He's
said
a
this guy had
raving
it.
psycho. Like, that was just saying. I was like, whoa.
We don't hear that a lot, but also
No.
you would have done the same too, because you don't frisk a man's pants, you just pew-pew him in the face.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
objections during opening, they can do that if they are going way too far away from what the case is about. Jamie, I'm so glad you're back home safe and sound and survived all the evil bikes in Denmark land. I hope your cricket and puppy are so happy to see you too.
Those bikes, they're crazy. And they'll run you right over.
Yeah, because you kept walking on the bike lane. Well, Iris was actually way worse with that.
Yeah, there was just a couple times I didn't realize where I was at, and they'll do the little bike ching at you, ching ching. If you don't get out of the way, they'll run you down.
Yeah. But you get used to it. You can hear the bike coming, and you will walk on the walk part of the side of the road. Don't walk on the bike side. No, I didn't pay her airfare.
No.
I have YouTube money. I'm not YouTube rich. But I might pay my own airfare at some point and go to Chicago and meet Jamie, and she can show me around.
Is that what you're gonna do to us? Because we yelled at you because you're like, you're taking us places you don't even know where you're going. And then you're like, I don't live here.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Chicago, and I'm just going to stand there and say, what are we going to look at? And you're saying, I don't know. I'll say, well, you live 3 hours away from Chicago, so do I, from Copenhagen. It must be the same rules. Iris yelled at me and said,
you don't even know where you're going. He's like, I
it's
don't.
your capital. And I said, okay, I'll come to Washington, and you can show me around. That's not the same.
You heard what?
She said, I will.
Okay, what he heard? You heard a lot more. You heard a lot more.
With consent. She said.
Didn't say that he was going to fucking kill Jason's family.
Oh, good luck. I've had that before.
I want you at the end of this case to see who was straight and who wasn't straight. Okay? That's for you folks to judge. You're going to judge the night of April 4th, 2024 on the videos.
Let me have a talk to him and talk about the schedule. He won't be a YouTuber anymore.
The testimony. But let me tell you about that night. Let me tell you about the 24 hours before this took place. The 24 hours before this took place, Jason Levesque was working hard. 24 hours in a row. Plowing snow, hitting all of his accounts in Rochester over and over again. It was a continuous snowstorm, cycling through and clearing all night long, and all day long, working hard. The last thing he ever wanted to do was have a confrontation with an enraged maniac coming out of his house. And you're going to see the video. It's not some calm guy strolling over to Jason Levesque saying, please, don't put snow on my driveway. That's not what you're going to see. You're going to see Jason Levesque finally getting home after 24 hours, finally trying to get inside the house with the daughter that he's raised, finally trying to get inside the house where his elderly parents lived, and by the way, where his 5-year-old nephew was that night, so that he could finally get some sleep after working for 24 hours. You're going to see Jason Levesque get out of his truck after making a couple of moves with the plow. And this is kind of important, like real important. Because you're going to see the driveway, Kyle's driveway, unmolested by Jason. Jason didn't dump one flake of snow on Kyle's driveway.
How do you molest a driveway, Jamie? You are the driveway queen.
No.
It sounds like something from American Pie 5 or something. Let me molest
I just hate
driveway.
that word. I've heard people use it before in our courts.
Well, molested I see as something sexual.
Yeah.
But not a driveway. Copenhagen sounds like Amsterdam, but without the people trying to send you funny cigarettes after they run you over. Well, I did show Jamie where she could get some fun powder if she wanted some.
Mm-hmm.
No.
For the saying shit earlier. Thank you, Marissa.
You're going to see Kyle quickly moving out of his apartment, his residence,
Sean,
and be the initial aggressor in this entire scenario. He wanted nothing to do with him, and he didn't even see him coming. Jason's minding his own business. Jason's there with his daughter. Jason's there with his daughter that was also working that night. Jason's trying to get his daughter safely back into the house. When an enraged individual, unannounced for no reason, comes right up to Jason. And folks, the description of face-to-face doesn't even get close. Kyle literally, when you see this video, Kyle literally sticks his nose right into the cheek of Jason. And we contend as he's doing that, as he is having actual physical contact, you say face to face, how about face on face that he initiated? Is threatening his life.
Face on face contact.
Threatening his daughter's life. Threatening his...
Yeah, this is another Karen Rentala case. It's a corner kisser. Now it's a chin noser.
Family's life. He doesn't even know why. Jason hasn't done anything. And you're going to see that he hasn't done anything. The one thing on that video that is crystal clear is that Jason's done nothing. Nothing. Nothing to even deserve a "I'm going to fucking kill your family," like the prosecutor said. Not even that. But quite frankly, you'd interpret it, and any reasonable person would interpret, that Kyle was out of his mind. That he was acting beyond stupid. That you couldn't predict what he was going to do, because the initial act itself was unpredictable. It was without reason. There's no foundation for what he was doing. Screaming and threatening when Jason did nothing. Nothing. Nothing worthy of a complaint. But instead of a complaint, a death threat. That's what you're getting. That's what starts all this. But it just doesn't end. Now, is it a quick event? Yeah, it's a quick event. Is it a violent event? Of course it's a violent event. That's what we're doing here. Who started it? I'm going to ask you at the end of this case. Who was the initial aggressor? Who threatened the life of another individual? Who could reasonably believe that the...
This is crime scene photos, Jamie. This is actually how it started. Who does that?
Oh my god.
Welcome back,
Chins
Brandon.
for you are something else.
That is back to ask questions you already answered. Well, every time you ask the questions, I'll change the answer.
threat could have been actually executed, carried out, where serious bodily injury could have taken place, or death. Can you come to the conclusion that deadly force was utilized reasonably? Yes. But the interesting question and the legal question that's going to be placed before you is that can the prosecution eliminate self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt? That means, can you, after placing yourself or somebody in the position that Jason was in, eliminate beyond a reasonable doubt the need for deadly force? I'm going to ask you at the end of this case to answer that
Sorry,
question.
I should have said warning.
And I'm going to ask you to say, no way did they disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that self-defense should not have been utilized. You know, nobody wants to be in that position that Jason was in. Nobody wants to be in a position where you have to use lethal force. Nobody. But you do get pushed up against the wall sometimes. And that's what happened in Rochester last year. And when he got up in the morning on the 23rd of October and was called into work to go over and over and over and plow for hour after hour after hour, He never, ever expected anything like that tirade that took place that evening. It's inexcusable.
Thank you, Unbalanced, for the purchase of a warning sign. Yeah, I should have that. Maybe next trial.
Was Kyle shot? Was he shot multiple times? Were there heroic medical procedures that were pursued? Yes, there were. That's not the case. That's not the prosecution's main point. I'll give you a little aside. Maybe you didn't hear it. Over. If Jason wanted to kill him, he could have. A little fun fact for him. He had another magazine with him. He could have just popped it.
It's always a good argument. Well, at least he didn't kill him. He could have. You know
He
that?
could have. Fun fact. He could have killed him. Not.
Yeah.
You shouldn't really say put that with.
He
Hey,
did have
fun
another magazine, but he thought, no, shattered his pelvis, shooting one nut of him, busting his face. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Yeah.
In the 9mm and empty that.
The daughter will be called, but she's 19 years old. She's not a child.
He didn't want anything to do with it. He didn't try to escape. He stayed right there in the driveway of his own home, waiting for the police to arrive.
True that. True that.
No attempt to evade at all. That's a fact. And you're gonna find that fact. We don't have to sit around and imagine evasion of the police, or attempting to escape. It never happened. Waited for the police, took the firearm, kept it inside the truck. When he saw the police, he got out of the truck, cooperated 100% with them. Told them where the firearm was, went to the police station. Evading the police. I mean, I would argue that he was still in shock, but he sure wasn't evading the police. That's a heck of a lot of 15 seconds of activity that he just went through. Evading the police, he went to the police station. Sat down with the police. Did he lawyer up? Did he say, I'm not going to talk to you, I want a lawyer? No. Did he go through a long discussion with him? Yeah. And let me give you another little side fact. He offered his video film from his cameras to the police. This guy, the video film we're talking about, he offered it to the police. It wasn't some grand investigation going on. And he spoke to him. And he told him he was threatened. And he told him his family was threatened. And he told him that he shot Kyle. He told him all those things. And was he scared? Yep. And was it Kyle's intent to scare the hell out of him? Yep. And did Kyle succeed in doing that? Yep. And did Kyle succeed in convincing him that he was in danger? Yep. I'm going to ask you to imagine at the end of this case, going home after a long day's work, and out of nowhere, having somebody confront you, screaming and enraged, and threatening your family, out of nowhere. And I'm going to ask you at the end of this case, just how long your blood pressure and your heart rate would be elevated after that. And what was going on in your head after that. And how you would react after that. Because that's what it comes down to. Because the true test, when we get down to self-defense, has to do with reasonableness. And it's an interesting instruction you're going to get. And they'll give you some of that. The judge is going to give it all. Did Jason actually believe that the other person was about to use unlawful, deadly force against him? Now let me just stop there. If somebody says they're going to kill you and kill your family, you can come to that conclusion. Did he actually believe? Did he actually believe that he was in danger of death or serious bodily injury? Roll that over. There's some interesting aspects of self-defense. And it can't be analyzed, like I said, in some Spartan lab after the fact. It has to be analyzed as if you're living through the same events as the individual that is asserting the...
Well, so far he's innocent until proven guilty. So we're just hoping the state will provide a good case.
Self-defense.
If they want to win.
So you got to live in the shoes.
There is a very weird humming sound, and it's very low frequent, and it's really annoying.
Of Jason Levesque. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those. Cooperated with the police, and yet his path was different than a medical path. No question. His path is one of defending himself in the court of law, and forcing the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And he has no burden. We all know that. He doesn't have to produce anything. We know that. But as we move through the case, you'll see things will be produced on the part of Jason Levesque. Now the videos, they're not going to tell the whole story. I'm afraid we don't have a beginning to the end. And I'm afraid that you don't have audio, because I wish you did. If you had audio, I would assert you would have heard multiple threats from Kyle against Jason. That he turned back more than once and threatened to kill him and his daughter. If you had audio, that would have been a really great gift for you. You would have understood it even better. But you can just imagine and reasonably come to the conclusion that Kyle didn't just turn around and walk back to his house and tuck himself in for the evening. He just couldn't give up on Jason. He'd walk back, turn around, he'd shout out some more threats. Turn around, walk back, shout out some more threats. Taunting, threatening, continuously. That's what Jason was doing.
I think it's just because they don't have the audio on some of them. I think some of them you have some audio, but you can't really hear what it is. We have to say. Oh, Brandon is in the low today, Jamie. It's not a lot of sway going on.
It wasn't a good night. It's terrible. Terrible night for both of us. Don't get caught up. Don't get caught up in some of this stuff. Understand the magical medical procedures. Understand the life-threatening wounds. Understand all of that. That goes with this turf. But in the end, the bottom line is going to have to be this. As the prosecution disproved self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. And as you go through this trial, I'm going to ask you to filter that, all the facts through that legal principle. Filter it. And ask yourself, if and when Kyle takes this stand.
No, but a snowplow and snow is involved, so it's kind of home turf.
Do you trust him? Do you trust him? Is he giving you the full story? Or is he giving you the petty little argument that was referred to in opening? Pay particular attention to all of the circumstances in this case, because if you do, at the end of this case, you will come to the ultimate conclusion. You will come to the ultimate conclusion that Jason Levesque acted in self-defense. That a reasonable person in his position would have perceived that he was in danger of death or serious bodily injury. So again, thank you for sitting in on this. You're going to see graphic images. You're going to see medical stuff. You're going to see all kinds of stuff in this case. But please keep an open mind. I'm begging. Because if you keep an open mind, you're going to give us a just result. The just result in this case is going to be not guilty. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Counsel. I'd like to approach your Honor.
Yeah, please.
Another segment.
Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit stabby when I drive snow plow. Turn around. Then I get a little bit shooty if you yell at me, leaving snow on the ground. Turn around right now. Don't come to my face and yell. I'll shoot you in the face. And I'll shoot you in the buttocks. And you'll leave a knot behind. It's a total eclipse of my heart. What? How long did they say it would be, Baker? They said half a week to a week. Might go till Friday next week. Of course, we will break for the Karen Reed stuff next week, but let's see how it goes. Jamie, did you have any jet lag?
I mean, I was tired.
But did you fall asleep early and then wake up in the middle of the night so you were in Denmark time?
I mean, I wasn't really on Denmark time ever.
No, you were sleeping all the time, so.
Yeah, I was like tired randomly, and I slept normal yesterday, kind of. But I was up on and off.
Did you stay up as I told you to?
Yeah, I mean, I lasted until like, I feel like 9:30, and then I was just like really tired.
Yeah, that's and then if you could sleep to like 5 or something, then you're kind of back on track.
Yeah.
Two things, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to instruct you, as I told you previously, at the end of this case, I'm going to instruct you on what the law is and what the legal standards are. That will include a full instruction from the court on what constitutes self-defense and what that legal standard is exactly. So while both counsel presented to you arguments about what they anticipate and what they believe the court will issue for an instruction, I advise you that at the end of this case, you will get a full instruction from the court as to what self-defense is, and you're to rely upon my instructions as to what the law of self-defense is. That's for the court to do, not for the parties to understand that. Second is, even though we just took a break a little while ago, we're going to take another short recess, just give you a chance to stretch your legs, and so we can set up some technology. So we're going to take a hopefully 5 to 10 minute recess, and we'll be back on track after. All right. Thank you.
This jump just said. He looks weird.
It's the Steve Buscemi. Yeah, could be. Well, at least they're not ending for the day, but jeebus, they are taking a lot of breaks.
Yeah. And Rachel asked me how long I was there for. I was there Friday to Monday. And it was fun. Jesus.
Or are you planning on getting down? I would start on cases. Where are we planning on putting it?
Ideally, it would be essentially right here. I know that makes it difficult for you to see.
Where is the defendant going to be?
So in the past, when I've done this for trials, defense has either gone over to where essentially either where the bailiffs are sitting or in the table right behind where the places are sitting.
We could move that.
That's your honor's discretion, of course.
Yes.
The past is what things work.
I'm happy to do that. So let's set that up. If you put it over here, so that the jury can see it, the defendant can move over there. If I want to see it, I'll just step down over there. Thank you. Yeah, if you put it way back there.
It's difficult to see anyone.
That's the one you're using?
Yes. So we're likely going to be having it essentially here is where we would like it in a perfect world.
Very good. That's fine. Thank you.
This reminds me of the school when they brought in the VHS recorder.
Oh, yeah. When you saw that TV rolling into your classroom.
Yeah, and you were thinking, exciting. Yes, we're going to watch a movie, and it was always horrible. You never saw a good movie in school. Yeah, he picked his lawyer so they could have matching hairstyles.
He probably did. He walked in there, he's like, this guy for sure.
Yeah, he's not a
mean-
comb over. He's proud. And then you always ended up watching some stupid old Danish movie where, oh, isn't it fun? No. There's a reason why schools can show it for free.
Isn't it
Because
fun?
no one would pay for it. We actually had, my mom was head of the PTA for, I think, all the years we were in school. And they did a lot of movie nights where we saw not the newest movies, but kind of okay movies. That was actually quite good. So we had like a after school movie theater. That was fun. They made popcorn and you watched the movie, and I like that. But that was back in the day, Jamie. Back before streaming.
Back before streaming.
Yes, it's an attempted murder. I first saw The Right Stuff in shop class in middle of school. It was a great movie. The Right Stuff is Jamie's favorite song.
New Kids on the Block. Sing it.
First time they brought in a TV to my class was to watch the first space shuttle. I remember Challenger. Everyone was seated to watch that. And then we were sent back to school. There was no safe spaces and do you want to talk to a counselor? It was just, yeah, you just saw 8 people blow up. Go back and do reading, writing, arithmetics. And then we were brought to, our history teacher thought it was so important that we were brought to the, I remember it still, to the library to watch the first Desert Storm kick off. I haven't watched Animal Farm. I think I might have been like 6 or 8 years when I saw Animal Farm. I probably didn't understand that it was a scathing criticism of the communist worldview at that time. I just thought those pigs were really nasty.
Oh my
Yeah, that's weird.
gosh. Is there a... I don't think I've ever heard the Weird Al version, unfortunately. And I know a lot of Weird Al songs.
I never heard about.
Are you okay? Well,
That almost blew my nose off.
you have to sneeze.
Yeah.
Bless
then I
you.
You know it when you sneeze and then you just feel like, oh, another one's coming and you're sitting there and nothing happens.
Mhm.
I hate it. Look at this kid. Watch the second plane hit. I just came into my living room when the second plane hit, and my ex-wife was sitting on the couch, and I said, so what's happening? And she said, I don't know, there's been an accident. And I turned around and I just saw a crash, and I said, well, I'm probably have to go back to the on work. And yes, they called like half an hour later. Can you come back to the base? Sure, I can. So, people left to fart. That's why I always wear diapers now.
Oh my God, Lefty.
I had my school teacher told me that when our last king, we had a queen for all my life until she abdicated. That when he passed away, and that was in 72, they shut everything down, movie theaters and everything, and announced it. And he said everything just stopped. That's going to be weird when she passes away. She's given away the crown, so it's not the same, but still, it's going to be weird because she's kind of been the country's mother for my entire life. It was my senior year. I was already enlisted judge, waiting to graduate and go to basic training. Look at Valhalla. Young pup with his mom's milk still on his chin. My senior year. Are we doing March Madness brackets in Discord? I don't know what that is. Brokeback Baker? Only when I'm in Tennessee. Yeah, you're too late. I made that joke when we started this morning's stream. Yeah, it's weird when because they've been there all our life, and I think that's the thing Americans doesn't understand, because they're like, who want a king? And we have a president, and half of us hate him, no matter who it is who has the presidency. But they don't understand that because they don't have any political power, that they are kind of like a focal point for the society. Well, he said that he was breastfed kind of late. My daughter is born on the 14th of September. So that was fun. My sister made her a scrapbook. This happened on your birthday, and took all of the headlines, and everything was just 9/11. Oh, I can't remember. It's a year ago. You were busy and now you're half asleep. Well, I don't. It's only. I have to do the math now. It's only 2:30. Can't be asleep. Yeah, your reconstructed hand is how you spell IQ test. That's why, Lefty, it's okay, you can call it the reconstructed hand problem. Hey, like my daughter. You're getting old, buddy. That's the problem. You're kind of like Jamie. Oh, the shadow is getting long. Jamie, you didn't even have lunch yet. Well, just a little quick pick-me-up nap. Yeah, low IQ people do stuff like that.
What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah. He said that he couldn't be in the Marines because of his reconstructed hand, and I said that's what he called his failing the IQ test.
Oh my goodness.
It's a joke, Jamie. You know Lefty. He couldn't even spell IQ. We had a Danish girl group called IQ, spelled like EYEQ.
Oh, I hate that so much.
That was so cool.
I bet it was.
They had such a bad song. It was like a TV show to find the first Danish girl group back in the Spice Girls era. It was really bad. I think I saw them at some thing later where they had like a reunion or something, and it looked like one of them absolutely couldn't sing or wouldn't sing or was afraid to sing or something. She was just standing there. Kind of like Posh Spice, who I never thought I heard her sing in any of their songs. Doctor didn't yell at me yet. Gotta do some blood work first. Well, tell him livers grow back, and he should just relax. If I'm going to run my mouth, why don't you send a link sometime? I send links all the time.
Just not to him.
Exactly.
Well, he wants one.
If I can't make fun of him when he's sitting here saying, potato mouth, cheese head, bread fog,
Okay.
bread fog.
We think that's going to work okay? In terms
We
of the
can't see
television?
it, Judge.
I believe so, Your Honor. It may just require some coordination between you and the witness, because we both of you will be standing
Oh,
right here.
right.
Trying to recognize and test it, they're able to see it from all spots that they're sitting in.
Okay,
So,
very good.
you're comfortable with this?
How soon into
I'm
the
hoping
first
for
witness's
to sleep.
testimony do we anticipate the videos coming in? Okay. All right, so I'll probably start out, I'm going to start out up here, and when you get to the video part, I'll probably move.
I hope they show it over here, so we can see it.
You're obstructed from seeing the jurors, you mean?
Since we know where it's going to go, we can dial it back until.
And then pull it forward when it's time to play it. Is there enough cord to do that?
Yeah.
I think
Is
that would be
Denmark
a
tip-
smart thing. to
I don't
do.
even know
Pull it
what-
back for now.
I don't
There's
know
enough
how
cord,
to play
and then we
things
actually
on
go to
Discord
play it,
and
we'll
stuff
pull it
like
forward,
that.
and everyone can then move. When you move the TV, we'll all.
What's going on with
You know, I said that with some confidence, but you really have no idea.
I can do it, Your Honor.
Don't touch it.
I can do it.
You did say that very boldly.
But it could be fun to show all the Yanks Eurovision. I don't think many of you understand it.
No, we don't.
Well, at least they're good to you.
That's good, that's fine.
And so what?
Need to be characters.
All right, very good. Ready for the hearing? Good. Very good. Let's proceed. Courtroom launch, everyone.
No. You're welcome.
Yes, please bring them in.
Please rise, geriatric.
Please rise geriatric.
Freeze, right, geriatric.
Interesting result. I asked best opener. 59% said state and 40% said defense. So
I
40%
didn't really like
like
either.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
he needed a
We're
shooter.
about ready to start. Counsel, you ready to call your next witness? I am. Or your first witness, I guess I should say more correctly.
Your Honor, the state calls Kendra Violet.
Okay. Come on down this way, ma'am. Just remain standing for a moment. Raise your right hand. Swear that any testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pain of penalties of perjury. You should be seated right there. Do me a favor, just kind of scoot forward so you're close to the microphone and try to put your voice up so everybody can hear you.
Thank you.
Counsel, when you're ready, you can inquire.
Appreciate it. Can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter,
Yes,
please?
I'm Kendra Violet, and it's Kyndrara.
And would you mind spelling your
That's absolutely not how you spell Kendra.
Wait, what is-
Kyndra.
Yeah, they
That's Kiandra.
they like to fancy it up.
That's not fancying it up. It's making a mistake. I don't spell Baker with a P.
That's what we do
Kiandra.
around here.
Either I hate modern names, Jamie.
I know, me too.
It's like those parents who, little hibiscus pineapple really likes her GMO-free, non-dairy, non-gluten, non-taste air that I packed for her for lunch today. Oh. Thank you, Unbalanced, for the Kleenex fund. I need it. Well, Zach, you never made a woman happy, so.
Oh boy.
Yes.
I'm mean today, Jamie. You have been rubbing off on me.
Mm-mm. That was
Yes,
the
you have.
nicest ever.
You didn't even want to bring Iris a cup of coffee, and you laughed at her when she wanted a cup of coffee.
Well, she laughed at me when I almost fell through the wall.
Well, you laughed at her when she almost fell through the wall.
Well, it was funny. Because she yells swear words when she does things, and I can't help but laugh.
Yeah, in Spanish.
Oh my gosh.
Violette.
Where do you live right now?
I live at 277 Chestnut Hill Road with my grandmother.
And is there another address that you call home as well?
Yes, 43 Summer Street on the weekends in my vacation time.
All right. Tell me a little bit about that. You said you lived at a specific address with your grandmother. What town is that?
It's in Farmington. I go there because I've preceded school there ever since I was in 4th grade, and we've lived with her for like 5 years.
In order to facilitate your education in the
Yes.
school.
Yes.
People you've met there, friends in the Farmington school system?
Yes.
No teachers in that school system as well?
Yes.
At some point while you were living in Farmington, were you living there also with your parents?
Yes.
And can you just tell us, if it's not obvious, who are your parents?
My parents are Angie LaChance and Kyle Violet.
And so was there a time when Angela and Kyle moved to that address in Rochester that you just talked about?
Yes.
And in order not to switch schools, you stayed with your grandma?
Yes.
And can I ask, who else do you live with? Who else is in your family?
I think she is 19 or 20, I think.
The only other person I live with is my brother.
Okay.
This is the victim's daughter who was present that night.
And does he also do the same
He does,
gig
yes.
back and forth?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned you're doing this because of school.
Yes.
Are you
Hey,
still
Foxy.
in school?
I am, yes.
What grade are you?
I'm a senior.
What age does that put you at?
I'm 18, so 12th grade.
I thought she was 20.
How do you
That's
like
the
it?
other one.
I love school. I have all A's and B's right
His
now.
daughter's older.
What do you love about it? What kinds of things do you study?
Did she say she had all B's right now? That's not loving school.
18, so 12th grade.
Okay. How do you like school?
I love school. I have all A's and B's right now.
Nice.
Oh, A's and B's.
What do you love about it? What kinds of things do you study?
Probably just the education and friends.
And do you have any kind of plan? It sounds like you're graduating this year.
I do. I started early college classes for social working, and I'm going to continue that in the summer as well.
Is that the social work
Yes.
education, is that local? Are you still going to be around?
Yes, I am. It's through Great Bay Community College.
Understood.
Yes.
Then if I could move attention and focus attention to the...
No, he's trying to make her feel comfortable because she seems very nervous, which I can understand when you're 18 years old and in a courtroom.
Address in Rochester. It's 43 Summer Street?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe for us a little bit about the interior? You know, we went out there, took a look at the place from outside. We didn't go in. Can you just kind of give us a rough breakdown of how people are situated living in there.
Are you talking about like the living or like the layout of the house?
Let's start with living, and I'd like to do it from the time frame of April of last year.
Okay. So like what happened that day?
No, just before we get there, kind of fill in who lived there and where the rooming situation
Yeah,
was.
of course. So in that house at that time, it was my other grandmother living in the front studio apartment, and then there was a split house, and it was me, my mom, my dad, and my brother in there. And during that time, we all have different rooms upstairs. Downstairs is like the living room, just where everybody hangs out, but upstairs is where our rooms are.
And I don't want to bring up more sensitive issues for you, but I understand your grandmother who lived in the front unit has since passed away.
Yes.
Okay. And so, but at the time, when your grandmother lived out front, you on the weekends and other times would live and have a room at 43.
Yes.
Where was that room?
My room was upstairs. It was in the middle of my brother's and my parents' room.
And then let's again go back to April or last year. In addition to going to school and going back and forth, were you doing anything else? Were you working?
She lives with her grandmother on the weekdays, and then she lives home with her mom and dad on the weekends because she goes to school.
Yes, I have been working at Portsmouth Gaslight. It's a restaurant.
It's a restaurant?
Yes.
What do you do there?
I serve right now, but I used to host.
Anybody else work there that you know?
My mother.
What does she do
She
there?
bartends.
All right. And do you guys go in together?
Yes, we do.
What are your usual hours at the Gaslight when you're working?
They have a green glow party on Saturday.
Usually after school, it's like 4:30 to 9. Usually I do like 5 days a week. Have 2 days off.
All right. And Kendra, I do now want to. Let's keep this focused. I want to talk about April 4th of last year. What was going on earlier in?
I don't know how the bees and the birds works in Camerica, but you have two grandmothers.
Because she did say her grandma when she first came to see us. Because it's the other one.
To have a little baby flower, a bee and a flower needs to meet. But for the bee and the flower to exist, another bee and another flower and another bee and another flower has had to have met before that.
In the day for you, if you recall.
I went to school that day, I believe. I had school, it was a Thursday, and I went to my parents' house because we didn't have school on Friday, nor the weekend, so it was like a longer vacation for us to be over there. So it was like 3, we just got out of school. We went home, I didn't have work that day, so we all kind of just hung out in our rooms. I believe we were going to watch a movie later on in the night, but we ended up not. We just made dinner instead.
And remember anything about the weather?
I don't. It was it was cold. It was snowing.
Did that snow affect your, now recalling that it was snowing, did that affect your school schedule at all? Do you know?
I don't recall. I do not.
Okay. And so it sounds like you have a memory of the evening,
Yes.
plans with your family,
Yes.
watch a movie, dinner.
Yes.
Tell me about what you were doing later in the evening.
I ate dinner and I went up to my room and I was gonna watch my own movie, and I watched some TikToks on my phone, and my parents were in their room at the time and my brother was in his room. I believe he was sleeping. It was already like 8 or 9 at the time.
Tell us what happened later that is obviously unusual.
Yeah, I was laying in my bed and my mom came in my room and she was just like, "Your dad's going to talk to the neighbor about plowing snow in the driveway." And I was like, okay, and we both walked downstairs. We were messing around in the living room talking to each other, and ended up looking out the window to see if anything was going on, and I saw my dad walking home to walk away, but I didn't see the prior situation of him going out there. I think when I was going down the stairs, he was about to go outside. So I just saw when he was walking away and when Jason pulled the gun out.
You saw the gun come out?
Yes.
Kendra, do you know whether or not your home, your parents utilized a home surveillance system?
Yes.
You said you were looking out a window to see some of these events. Can you describe that window for us if we were looking from the exterior of the building?
Yes, it's the window outside from our porch. It's like the huge window where you can see like the road and you can see some of the neighbors' houses across the street and the one across from us.
And that's the window you were looking out from?
Yes.
Is that also a window that utilizes a home security system?
It is, yes.
I feel like I interrupted you, and I don't want to necessarily have you talk or relive this, but can you describe to me again, I didn't quite follow what you saw when you looked out the window.
Yeah, when I looked out the window, I saw a truck open, the door open, and I saw Jason Levesque standing out of it. And I saw my dad walking to the house. He was just walking back on the side of the street, on the side of the road. And I saw Jason Levesque just pull the gun out. And that's when I yelled to my mom, he has a gun. And at the time, all I could do was just run out the door. So I ran out the door, and that's when my dad was already on the ground. And I looked at Jason and I said, you shot my dad like 3 times. He didn't say anything.
Do you need just a second?
Give her some tissues.
You know.
I want to ask you some more questions.
Of course.
You said you saw a truck.
Yes.
Can you describe generally where you saw that truck?
It was parked on...
No, because they said they were talking about going out, but they ordered food in, and Dad was home.
the side of the street. It was more on his side of the property, Jason Levesque, but it was also kind of hitting in the middle of ours. So it was kind of in between of his steps, but also in the middle of entrancing our driveway.
You said you kind of have a memory of some of these events, the actions, the moments, and then going out to see your dad.
Yes.
Can you describe your father when you went out outside of your home?
He was laying there. He was laying on the ground. He was just like curled up in a ball.
And how did he appear to you?
Hurt.
How?
He was just bleeding everywhere. And he didn't say anything. And I was just holding it. And then I went to go get towels in the house because I didn't know what to do.
Did anybody else come outside?
My mom. She
mother?
came out after, yes.
Your mother, Angela?
Yes.
And while your mother was outside, is that when you went to get towels?
That is, yes.
And then what did you do? What other actions, if any, did you take?
My mom was outside yelling, called the cops when I brought the towels back out. And I believe she was already on the phone with them. But that's when I started to dial 911 as well.
Did you complete that call to 911?
I did, yes.
And share with me what happens after both you and your mother call 911.
I stayed on the call because the officer wanted me to stay on the call until the ambulance and the other police got there. So they came, I would probably say at least 2 minutes after the call.
And during that time, from when you came out and the 2 minutes, did your dad move, change locations?
No, he was just facing the snowbank and just curled up in a ball still.
On the ground?
Yes.
And You said that the police arrived some 2 minutes later
Yes.
by your estimate. Can you just briefly describe for us what happens next?
Yeah, my dad was laying there, and that's when one of the cops came up and they took off his shirt, ripped it off, and the ambulance were putting him on one of those chairs to put him in the ambulance.
Did you observe for a period of time officers and the EMTs attempting to treat your dad?
No, not much afterwards.
And then after you were outside, can you tell us what other contact you may have had with police officers or law enforcement investigating this?
I don't think I had contact other than when one cop came in my house to ask, like, questions about what happened and asked if we had camera footage and all that.
Do you know whether or not you viewed or officers viewed the footage and whether that was turned over to?
Yes, it was turned over that night. My mother handed over my dad's phone.
Some of the events that you have described, do you believe they were captured on the video, the home surveillance system?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we'd like to reorient and perhaps Attorney Sistian and Mr. Levesque would like to reorient. If we could have a few minutes. I'll say that this is the bane of my existence. We'll move it forward, and if the court can inquire whether there are any issues with the view of it, we'll try and accommodate. Could you give us a minute? Yes. With the court's permission, I'm going to ask that the witness step into the well, Your Honor.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Where do you do that now?
I am.
Can all jurors see the television where you sit it? See?
Your Honor, we'll pause it at the first image and reconfirm.
Do you need the lights to do anything? Or you get brighter lights?
Yeah, they upgraded.
I'm sorry, Mike.
It's probably only 10 years old.
No, the lights, we're going to need to dim the lights eventually? Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with that.
Okay. Kendra, can I ask you to step down with the judge's permission away from the witness stand?
Members of the jury, can you all, down the end, can you all see that? Very good.
And it's possible, it's best if you kind of move forward into the well but not block jurors. And I am showing you, Your Honor, this has been pre-marked for identification as states number 2.
Thank you.
Kendra, you've described your view outside a window that's consistent with surveillance video from your home. Do you recognize this image? And can you explain for the record what you are seeing?
I'm seeing the same
And is this inquire with the court reporter whether or not the witness needs a mic? Yes, Mike?
Keep your voice up, man. This thing goes up like this.
I'm going to move this and try and keep my voice up. I think you just identified this as that bay window in your house that's adjacent to the porch from outside if you were looking at the house.
Stop breathing into the
Yes, it
microphone.
is.
And is this then not only consistent with the view, but with what you understand to be the surveillance video from your home?
Yes, that is the only one I've seen.
I'm going to ask co-counsel, if we could proceed.
Keep us skinny.
Well, at this point, Your Honor, let me just, it's for ID, and I don't mind us being stricken all the way. I want this as a full exhibit.
Agreed.
So is it agreed this is now a full exhibit? Yes?
It's a full exhibit.
Very good. This will be marked as State's
Yes.
Exhibit 2 as a full exhibit.
She has to confirm it. She has the chain of custody on it.
Start at the beginning, please.
Thank you. Whoever did that.
I know it's not that clear, but it looked like a car just pulled in up here. So it's probably in this area you have to... and again, if it's too gruesome and stuff like that, I'll try and rip it off so I don't get in trouble.
You recognize that vehicle that just came into view from right to left?
I do, yes.
What is that vehicle?
I believe that is Jason's truck.
Can you identify the house on the far side of this driveway in the foreground?
Yes, I can.
Whose house is that?
That is Jason's house.
At 41?
Yes.
We're not interested in her, we're more interested in the screen. It looks like he's plowing up here. Don't breathe into... yeah, go back. They have a fixed position, they can't move.
Is this lighting consistent with what you recall?
Yes.
And you recognize that as the same vehicle?
I do.
Come on, come on.
And it's not pew pews. It's the. I think he has running lights on the truck.
How much are we gonna watch of nothing?
Yeah, can you pause right there? You had said that earlier that you were able to see essentially Jason get out of his truck. Are you able to identify his door opening in this image?
I do not. When I was watching further to the right-hand side of the window, so I was seeing the very...
Can you play?
Step away from my...
Can you
You can see someone walking out now over here.
stop it? And who is this who just left, apparently, your home? And now in the left-hand image, and it may require you to move forward, are you able to identify Mr. Levesque in the far left next to the porch?
I was not out at that time, so no.
Okay. You said you were able to see him from the window.
Yes.
Can we keep playing?
Well, very good. I don't know, it's over there. You better not do anything stupid. Oh, you better not do anything fucking dumb. No, you better stop! Get it out of here! Stop!
Can you rewind that to...
Yeah, play it for her again, you idiot. Look at that girl. I don't appreciate that.
Yeah, right there. Were you able to see, Kendra, your dad and Jason in the far image when you were inside?
When I was watching that,
Yeah.
I was.
Okay. And whose voice is that in the, I guess, background or the overlay of this video?
My mom.
Was fair to say your mom was also with you watching out this window?
She was not watching. She was just in the living room.
Okay. And can we advance it forward again?
Hey, Nick Raiders, welcome. We are watching New Hampshire versus Jason Levesque, a guy who allegedly pew-pewed another man over a dispute about plowing snow. This is the first witness, the victim's daughter, who is now being forced to re-watch her dad being pew-pewed for the second time by this prosecutor.
What's that? Yeah. Back from when they were at the truck, though.
Yes, the victim is believed to have been pew-pewed 6 times, once in the face, the rest in the body and buttocks. He lost one testicle, his abdomen was ripped open, his face was ripped open, but he survived.
You better not do anything stupid.
Well, she was an eyewitness to it, and as you can see, we are trying to watch a camera that's a little. You can't really see the pew-pewing on this camera. Maybe there's more. There's 6. And thank you so much, Nick, for the raid. I hope your Fannie Willis stream was great. Well, I know it was great, but I hope there was enough stupidity from Fannie Willis to laugh at.
No, you better stop! You haven't come out of the jail! Ah! He's been shot! He's been shot! Hey!
Oh, that happens.
Can you identify who that is? And now?
My mom?
Is this when you came back into the home to get the towels?
I need a call! Call 911.
And are you in fact calling 911 at this
Yes.
time?
Didn't she say the mom called 911?
Okay. Your Honor, I believe by agreement, the ID is struck and this is now moved as a full exhibit in the evidence.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
So we're done showing at this point? Do we all go back where we are, or is there more?
We can. I am good.
Can you go back?
I'd like it available for cross-examination.
It'll be available.
Can the lights back up?
I counted 5. I didn't hear the first one. I counted 5 very quickly in succession right after. They both called. Okay, thank you so much. Glock 9 mil.
For me, Your Honor.
Yeah, but they say he pew-pewed him, and then you hear the 5 pops. That's how I heard it.
If I may. Yes. So you had testified earlier that the police arrived in short order. What happened to your dad afterwards?
He got taken to Frisbee Hospital, I believe.
And what did you do later?
I actually stayed at home, and my mom went to go see my dad.
Okay.
Yes.
And I assume your brother was at home.
Yes.
And did you stay with your brother?
Yes.
Is that parts of that video a fair representation of what you saw and experienced that night?
No, I believe it's correct.
Thank you. I could have a moment here. Kendra, thank you. Attorney Sisti has some questions.
Of course.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, Sissy. How are you?
I'm okay.
Thank you.
Everybody calls you. Hey, let me ask you something, okay? We never met before.
Yes.
Okay. But that was horrific to watch, right?
Yes.
I mean, seeing your dad get shots is going to be about the most terrible thing.
Yes, it is.
Especially, I mean, a daughter and a father.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, I mean, you're dedicated to him, right?
I love him, yes.
And he loves you like crazy, right?
I like crazy, yes.
Right. And it's kind of a special bond, right?
Yes.
You were talking, you were calling Jason.
Why isn't the audio and video lined up? What happened?
Jason, but prior to the 4th of April, you didn't really know Jason, right?
I didn't know him too much, no.
No? I mean, there wasn't any real connection there between your family and his family, right?
No, not much, no.
Right. I mean, you live next door.
Yes.
He never bothered you, right?
No, I have not had contact with him ever.
Let me ask you something straight up, okay? On that particular day, the 4th of April, at that particular time, there was a voice that the jury heard on that video, and it wasn't yours, was it?
What voice was it, sir?
Yeah, it would have said, "I hope he doesn't do anything stupid." Did you recall hearing that?
I did, but that was not my voice, no.
No. Do you know whose voice that was?
That was my mother.
Right. And again, I'm going to say this, and I don't want to offend you with words,
Okay.
but there was also a comment that was, "I hope he doesn't do anything fucking dumb."
Yeah.
And who would that have been?
Who would that be towards?
Yeah.
I do not know.
This was after your father left the house?
This was, yes.
Okay. And you saw the video.
I did.
It's absolutely terrible, I'm sure, for you to see. I may have to ask you to see it again. Is that okay?
That is all right.
Okay, right. But I'm going to ask you a few things about it, and then I think I'm going to ask that it be played again, just so everybody understands what's going on here, okay?
That is okay.
Okay. We're looking out the window, and it does show your driveway, right?
Yes, it does.
And the driveway is not plowed in any way, shape, or form, right?
No, it is not. We were going to have my friend's dad come plow it.
Right.
Yes.
And the Department of Public Works in Rochester had plowed that day.
Yes.
And you could see where they plowed because there was a ridge of snow at the end of your driveway.
Yes.
Okay. And that was there prior to Jason and the truck ever showing up, right?
Yes, we did have snow.
Yes. A great deal of snow.
Yes, we did.
Okay. And as you're watching that particular video, would it be fair to say you couldn't hear what was going on outside, right?
Yes, of course.
You don't know what your father said to Jason?
I do not know.
You don't know what Jason, if anything, would have said to your father, right?
You are right.
Okay. Hey, let me ask you something else. Did you ever meet Jason's daughter?
I have never.
Never.
No.
So what we saw in the video, and I'm probably going to have it rubbed up again. I hate to do this to you, if you understand. I really do. Okay.
Then don't do it.
But what we saw was that your driveway wasn't plowed, and we saw Jason operating his plow truck out in the road, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there's that telephone pole, light pole, that's pretty visible in that video.
Yes, sir.
And you may not know this, but the jury went out with us this morning to that scene so we could all see it together.
Okay.
So now we're all talking about the same thing.
Of course.
And we know that that telephone pole, light pole, is on the other side of your driveway, the Levesque side of the driveway.
It is. It's at the end of our driveway, yes.
Right. And we saw the plow truck plowing snow, and it only went up to the telephone pole, correct?
It did go a little past the telephone.
Okay. It wasn't blocking your driveway.
No, it wasn't, no.
And then what we see, did you actually see Jason get out of the truck?
I did not. I just saw them outside of the car together.
All right. So you saw your father approaching Jason, right?
No, I saw when my dad was walking away from Jason.
Okay, so you never even saw the initial contact.
No, I was upstairs in my room.
So you don't know how any of that started at all that evening, right?
I do not know. I just know it was obviously over snow.
Yeah, well, something was
Yes,
going on.
yes.
And obviously there was a shooting at the end of it, right?
Yes.
But you don't know what started it, right?
I do not know.
And you don't know how it got to the point where a firearm was used, right?
No, I do not, sir.
I'm going to, just for clarification, just so we make sure we know where the position.
She didn't see till he walked away from him. But couldn't we hear them talk when he walked over there?
No. The only thing we heard was her and the mom.
Yeah, but they are standing at the window looking when the dad walks over there.
Mm-hmm.
And she said she didn't see that. She only saw when he walked away from him. It's not like he was out there for half an hour.
No, I mean, from what they were saying, I thought they only saw him when he was like walking away.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense because they were both talking, saying, I hope he's not doing something stupid. And then he gets pewed. So they
I don't
must
know
be
if that was
standing
her
at the
talking.
window because they both start screaming when he gets pewed. So they both must have been there at that time.
Well, why would
Now
she lie
I'm-
about seeing him then? I mean, that's
Yeah, now
kinda
I'm
stupid.
confused.
Positions are and what took place. I'm going to ask to have that re-shown if I could. Thank you. I may ask you a couple questions as it's going, so you may want to take.
That is totally okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's pewed in the back when he walks away, but she said, I didn't see him go over there. But I'm pretty sure we can hear her voice on the way over.
Well, it's the mom saying it. I don't know if she was there yet, right?
Well, then why didn't we hear her run down the stairs? Because she starts screaming instantly when, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I just don't.
And we can run it to the spot, or a little before the spot where you ended it. I just need the graphics up to that spot. We got to go all the way back
I apologize. To the beginning or to?
to the beginning.
Beginning, or do you want to?
No, beginning. The beginning's good. Okay, it takes a little time before we get to the action here. So, and again, this is your driveway, right? And it's unplowed. And it doesn't look like much action there. Some little tire tracks, but nothing out to the road, right? Okay. Not a lot of coming and going that day. Here we go. This would have been Jason's truck.
When jurors hear the witness's answer, yes, very good.
And again, you didn't see any of this either, did you?
I didn't know.
Right.
I like she's very honest.
But it certainly shows that night, doesn't it? Where's your bedroom relative to this location?
Mine is upstairs, and you have the window up on the top that points out that way, kind of.
Okay. Okay, so you're actually looking out the window too.
At this time, no, I was in.
You're in bed.
Yes.
Tell me when you're starting to look out the window.
I don't know my mom came. And she said that.
Okay.
She was going to
Apparently, it was because it was covering the driveway. That's what was setting opening statements.
This about where you get to see it?
No, they were already talking.
They were already talking.
Yes.
Can you agree with me that Jason's truck is not obstructing anything on your property?
At the moment, yes.
And again, just to keep it up to speed, you still didn't see this part either, right? Good.
No, she said she was in her room. That's why I can't.
They're together in the living room at one point, obviously, towards the end.
Okay, now were you situated a little bit more to the right at this point? Okay, you saw your dad here.
So now she's saying she's standing a little more to the right and saw her dad leave. That's opposite of what she said before. She said, I didn't see him walk over there.
I think she was downstairs by the time, but I thought she wasn't actually looking out the window until he was walking away.
No, it was the mom who didn't do that. That's what she said initially. It's because it's cross-examination.
Okay, can we stop it right there for a second? Thank you. Jason's truck, you can hardly even see, right?
You can hardly even see from the corner that it's at. I was at the other corner.
I get it, but it would have been entirely away from your property.
What do you mean?
It wasn't near your driveway, that.
You backed up, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was
So, yeah.
quite a bit of,
It
yeah.
wasn't in our property now.
No, it wasn't. And you'd agree with me that throughout the entire playing of this video that we've all been watching, that truck wasn't obstructing your driveway at all.
You can tell that the snow's being pushed that end of our driveway.
It was pushed at the telephone pole, correct?
A little past the telephone.
Well, I mean, the jury sees this. Where's the telephone pole?
It's right there.
Right, it's on the other side of your driveway.
Yes. But it's still our driveway because there's 2 lanes of our driveway.
The jury was out looking at it today.
We have 2 different parking spaces. We have a car with 4 cars parked and we have a car with 3 cars parked. We have 2 different
They have 2 driveways.
We got it. You understand we were out there today, right?
I do.
Okay, good. Okay, so we can't see Jason's truck at this point. We see your father approaching the truck, right?
Yes.
You don't see Jason approaching your father at all, correct? Okay, if you could continue playing.
That sounds like the mom saying, well, there he goes.
I don't know where
I don't know, something idea.
Can we stop it right there?
you better not do anything stupid.
He better not do anything stupid.
Thank you. You better not do anything stupid. Now, who said that? Your mom. Can you see? I know it's tough to see, but can you see that little bit in the corner where your father would have approached Jason?
I can right now, yes.
And it's your father going to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your father going right up to him, right?
Yes, I have a conversation when he said it.
A conversation. Okay. Do you know if he threatened him? Did you hear anything? So you don't know what was actually said?
I didn't.
All right, we can continue playing. Thank you. Okay, can we start?
No, better not do it.
You don't know what's going on there, do you?
I don't exactly, because I'm not outside.
Right. You don't know if there was an exchange or if there was this a one-way conversation, right? And certainly you don't know what your father would have been saying to Jason's death. That is correct. Okay. All right, we can continue.
No, you get stop! You haven't got out of the cat! Ah!
That's fine. I don't want to put you through that again, okay? Okay, why don't you grab a seat? Thank you. Thanks. So you'd agree with me? It's a fairly quick interchange there.
Yes, it was.
And unfortunately, you got to see something that was absolutely horrific.
It was, yes.
Okay. And you don't know what the exchange was between your father and Jason.
I don't.
So it's difficult for you to actually come to an actual conclusion as to what happened, right?
Of course, yes.
I appreciate you coming up there.
Of course.
You're brave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly. You had mentioned that there was a plan for, sounds like a friend's father to come plow.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to that plan?
We had it planned since like 5 in the afternoon, and he had work until like very late, and he planned on coming around 10 when we needed him to plow, and he got there 10 minutes later, and he called us to tell us he was here, and my mom was like, you need to leave, like something just went on.
And so he was supposed to come at about 5 o'clock is what you just said.
Yes.
And he hadn't come.
Yes.
Did you know the communications between your mom and your dad concerning?
I don't. I just know during that time we didn't know if he was going to end up coming, so we knew that we were going to have to probably hand shovel it.
Okay.
So it was.
That was going to be my question. If he didn't show up and he didn't show up at 5,
How is that driveway going to be clear?
Yeah, we had work the next morning at 11, so we needed to clear it by that night or the next morning. So it was just more of, there's more snow in our driveway.
I understand that your living situation had you there some days and not there other days.
Yes,
I'm not sure whether you know anything about the first snowstorm of the season and any issues between Jason and your dad.
I do not.
Okay. And so Attorney Sisti asked you some questions about, you know, what you observed with the plow going up to the pile, kind of up to maybe beyond the pole.
Yes, of course.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Levesque was actually finished plowing? Had he back-pulled, for instance, all the snow out of his driveway?
No, it looked like he was still plowing because in the end of the video when my dad went to go out, he was backing up to plow again.
And it doesn't sound like, given the circumstances, you went over and made any observations of Mr. Levesque's driveway.
I did not.
And how far advanced he was in finishing this task.
Of course.
Have any idea where the snow was ultimately going to end up?
You're right.
Look, the Attorney Sisti asked you some questions about, you know, what happened out there between your dad and Mr. Levesque. And it sounds like you're straight up front, you know, you couldn't hear that conversation.
I could not, yeah.
But you saw your dad putting on his, you said, you confirmed with Attorney Sisti that the moment you kind of start making observations is he's putting on his hoodie.
Yes.
You see him with any weapons?
He does not know.
Did you see him with, I don't know, a screwdriver or anything on his person?
He didn't even have his phone on him.
Did you see him during the times that you observed him walking away, walking back towards Mr. Levesque, brandishing anything in his hands? That was
Not at all, no.
Thank you. Those are the questions.
Just a couple. Actually, you don't know what was on your father, right?
I do not.
And certainly, from what we saw, and we just saw it briefly from a tough angle, it didn't appear as though Jason would be able to see what was on your father either.
Objection, speculation.
If you can answer it from what you saw on the video.
What are you asking?
You can't tell whether or not Jason saw what was inside your father's pockets, for instance.
I feel like you can, yes. If you're throwing over a hoodie and there's nothing in the pockets, nothing fell out, so. And he doesn't have pockets in his sweatpants, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm going to try to clarify. Did it appear to you as though Jason was watching your father put a hoodie on?
I do not know.
Correct. So the whole hoodie thing really doesn't mean anything.
I believe it does, yes.
If he saw...
He, as I understood it, he only had that through and through in the jaw that lodged in his right side, I believe.
Putting on a hoodie, maybe that would mean something?
I have no clue if he didn't or did see. He was in his truck.
Okay. So you don't even know if Jason was observing your father when he came out toward him, correct?
No, he was in his truck.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. Angela Violet.
I think she did pretty good. It's good for the state. And now the mom is gonna come testify. Are they gonna show the video again? Probably.
Right.
They're gonna show them
I
as
feel
many
like-
times as possible.
I feel like they don't even need them. They just need
They just need the victim to come in and
victim.
testify.
Yeah.
I can't see how this case can go for a week. You could get the mom and daughter to say, we saw him go over there and we helped when it was done. Get the first responders, get the doctor who worked on him, get the crime scene guy, and get the victim. Can't see why it should take an entire week to do this trial.
Yeah, and then I assume he's probably going to testify because he's going to want.
Yeah, he has to. How many landed? 6. And six landed, and as I understood it, 5 of them was from behind.
We're going to stop a little early today. Just scheduling reasons, it just makes sense for us given the late hour. Rather than start another witness at this point, we're just going to suspend for the rest of the day. We'll start up again tomorrow morning. No worries though. We are told by the parties that we are well on track to finish this case on time. So we're going to stop today. I will tell you, I do try my best not to waste your time ever. So I do always try to start when I say we're going to start and take breaks when I say we're going to, and we're going to try to do that for the rest of this trial. So I'd like you back here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, correct?
That's correct, John.
10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can be here a few minutes early, not too much early, but 10 o'clock or something before that would be best. And that way we can try to get started right at 10 o'clock. If by chance we can't start at 10 o'clock, as sometimes happens, that's not the fault of the parties. That's the fault of the court, because sometimes things come up unexpectedly because I have to do on other cases. But we'll do our best to start right at 10. All right? All of my prior instructions to you remain in place. The most important one, do not talk amongst yourselves or with anyone else about this trial, about the facts of this case. Don't do any independent research. So no internet research. Don't go back to the scene of this location. Those are the main things. And otherwise, have a good night. Thank you.
Why did they bring mom in and then just were like, nah, we're going to stop?
They probably went up and said, it's going to take me at least half an hour to cross-examination.
So it's media. That was the third thing. Obviously, you don't review any media accounts about this. That's the third thing. Okay, have a good night.
Like, none of these witnesses all matter that much. Because they don't know what happened.
Well said. We'll see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, folks.
As I understood the explanation in the opening statement, you had one through and through in the face, which would then drop him to his hands and knees, and then the rest goes into his back and into his buttocks. But again, then you get into the time spent pewing. That's the first one. I didn't hear it, so I can't really say how long it took for the last ones, but the last one was in no time. And that's the good old, you just keep going till they don't move anymore. And it's always wrong from the state side, and it's never enough from the defense's side. But I just don't understand if he's in this position and he walks up and pews him in the back, then I think he's done. But again, if he spun around, fell down, and he just kept pewing, so far I don't think it looks good in the eyes of the jury. But I think we need the medical examiner to talk about the placement. I think you're right in that, Zach.
Well, yeah, definitely. But yeah, that's what it sounded like, is they got him once, knocked him down, and then he went up to him and then shot him while he was on the ground.
Yeah, and it always looks bad, but again, we heard how fast it was. So if he's just spinning around and he just keeps going, that's hard to say. I say it's a really big uphill battle, but I also say he had a puncher's chance. Also love mine mechanical Baker. Bender? What is the defense? Self-defense. Yes, it is. This guy walked up to him, got right up in his face. Then he walked away. He grabbed a pew. He came back at him and he pewed him in the face. Then the stories are mismatched because then the state claims he gets hit in the face, goes down instantly, and then he hits him in the back. The defense says he goes up, get popped once when he goes back, comes back at him, and that's when he's pewed again. As I understood the testimony. There's no medical examiner. This guy's still alive. Sorry, we need a doctor. I'm just so used to people being unalived.
I know.
Yeah, we need to correct that little problem. He's lucky to be alive. Yeah, apparently when they had the bail hearing last June, I believe it was, or July, he was in a wheelchair because he lost one of his testicles. Probably not why he was in a wheelchair, but he did lose that. And every guy right now can feel that one testicle that they believe he was hit in.
It was hit in the back too, so I think it could possibly.
He was hit in the buttocks.
Well, you hit a bone back there. Who knows if you can walk?
Yeah, that's according to the bail hearing, he got hit 6 times, but because of shattering, he had 11 fragments in his body. She didn't say do something stupid. She said, I hope he does nothing stupid. That's a different way. Well, that's just indecent exposure. Teresa, I think I've answered you 3 times. They had like 30 days to reply, and they would get an answer within 90 days, as best as I remember it. Yeah, well, he only got the job half done. Why would the mom be like, I hope he doesn't do anything stupid? What did she think he was going to do? Well, we'll figure out tomorrow because the mom will be the first witness. Yeah, but you have that hole cut out in front, and that's really weird. And to people who are saying, that's why I don't like pews. Again, you don't need a pew to do something really bad. Again, I watched a show today about troubled youth in Denmark, because we just had Jamie here, and they inflicted a whole heck of a lot of damage with just their hands and fists. So again, stupid arguments are stupid arguments, and stupid arguments often lead to stupid decisions.
Yeah.
But Jamie, we'll be back tomorrow right before 10 a.m. because they start late, which actually is good for me because that's normal time now. We are only 5 hours ahead of you. So I don't mind that at all. You need a pew for snakes. Yeah. Or gasoline and a blowtorch. It's the same as for successful red rum. It's a potential life, but the judge have discretion. There's no mandatory. So got to.
What'd she say?
She said, Jamie got me drunk and I regret it.
That was not me.
Well, she's clearly just as tired as you, and she didn't travel 26 hours. No, she's saying good night.
Night, Winosaur.
But yeah, I love guns.
Guns are, they're actually
It's
fun.
again, as I think it's how you'll learn to use them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Donna G, for being a member for 15 months. Thank Baker. So funny when you say the human thumb. Well, Plemon is the human thumb. I would never, ever blame Consuela. Consuela was such a nice woman to have around. She started cleaning during my stream.
Who's made it? Did she call herself that, or did you start that? Because that was the funniest thing.
It must have been her, because
I'm pretty sure you said it, though. And then she just started calling herself that.
I would never, ever lean into a racial stereotype. She did that, and then I called her Consuela. Well, it's I like them, but again, I respect people who don't like them. I wish I could have some.
If you're safe with them, I mean, it is what it is, and it could save your life someday.
Again, I worked in a job where we had them all the time, and we didn't only have the little things. We also had the fun stuff.
Mm-hmm. I used to be scared of them until I actually learned how to use one, and then now it's nothing.
And apparently Consuela gently forced her to listen to music.
Gently? No, yeah. Listen to this song. Listen to the words. She was translating for us as they were speaking Spanish. That was cute.
I thought you ladies probably had more fun than you should have had.
They stayed up a lot later than me. I bet like 1, after 1, I was ready to go to bed.
Yeah, I've seen the pictures, but I'm probably going to show them in court as well. So let's wait with that, because it's nothing. It's just a man standing around in a big pile of snow. No, Iris is the lady who said, "Oh, by the way, we can't be loud after 9 o'clock," and then she started yelling.
And then she played music very loudly and sang very loudly until like 2 and 3 in the morning.
I love that when I called and asked if you were up, she was like, "Yeah, we are." No, you're not. Yeah,
I just told her that because I was laughing out loud as I heard her say, "I've been up for hours." I was like, "No, she hasn't."
I could hear she could hardly talk. She was that tired.
She was snoring literally 5 seconds before the phone rang.
Could you imagine if Winosaur and Iris got together for a whole weekend?
No.
I think that could be dangerous for the
chaos.
men in town.
Very dangerous. It'd be fun though.
Yeah, it would be fun until the police arrived. But Jamie, interesting case for sure, because I have a hard time seeing getting around pew-pewing him in the back. But again, it's so fast, so... But self-defense are always hard to swing by, so...
Yeah. And the guy's alive, so it's kind of a...
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to testify about what happened, so...
Well, it's a change for us, because usually we're
doing murder cases. But
yeah, so.
Again, it also, if he's sitting in a wheelchair and being wheeled in and sit and talk about his injuries, that'll work really well on the jury.
Yeah.
No, you might not survive. Just take her out walking. Remember, that's her kryptonite.
But not dancing. It's not the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. We walk 60 miles. We walk less than 4. Have a great night, brokenhearted. Everyone, have a wonderful night, and come back tomorrow and follow this case. 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll start a little early and see how many breaks they can fit in tomorrow. Well, it didn't hinder her from dancing and trashing the apartment.
She did have little legs, and we're all tall people, so it was very hard for her to keep up.
Yeah. I just loved when Winesaw came up and said, "Isn't it quiet?" Yeah, where's Iris? That's the first thing everyone thought about is, where's Iris? Gute Nacht. A little bit of Suasia for Ralphie. Jamie, I'm going to hit the outro now.
Okay, bye. Bye. Bye.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Go
All right, I'm in love.
back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.